if we could all, everybody to in. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can all ask everybody to please come into the room, we would like to get started. If we may ask everybody to please come into the room as we would like to get started. Thank you. 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Special announcement. Special announcement from the NBI. That everyone settles down. Our program is about to start.
Two, 1, 2. One, two. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me take this opportunity, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Deputy President of the Republic, joined by Minister Nkadimeng, Minister of CoGTA, the Deputy President of SALGA, Deputy Ministers, the Directors General, and other colleagues. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let me introduce myself. For those who have the program, it indicates that my name is Parks Tau. I'm the Deputy Minister of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And joining me as Program Director is Mr. Ruth Trotsky, who would have the opportunity to also talk to us. And also take this opportunity to welcome you all, a special welcome once again to the Deputy President, Minister Nkadimeng, colleagues, the Ambassador of the European Union, and all partners here present. It is in many ways an important occasion, not only for us in government and the private sector, but I think for society and the country overall, because in reality, local government is at the cold face of service delivery. Local government is part of our daily experience. I always say to people that you interface with the municipality at the point that you wake up in the morning. When you switch on the light, it's probably it's a service that is executed and delivered by local government. When you get into the shower, when you get into the ablution facilities, when you leave the house and you need the road, the local road, the public lighting system, in reality, you interface with your municipality at every point of your life. But we only get to talk about the municipality when it's not on the parts of the road that work. It's at the part where you have a pothole or the traffic light is not working, that the municipality is not working. To the extent that the other traffic lights are working and the road is smooth, we don't have a problem. So for those of us, and Minister Nkadimeng and I have had the privilege of also leading cities. For those of us who are in the business of local government, we understand that the queries come about when there's a problem. But when the issues are working, actually we don't interface with the municipality, or we don't think about our municipality. You know, Minister, the other day I joined some colleagues to a function and there was a ribbon cutting. So MEC Makamu and the Deputy Minister Mahlobo say, well, I have to cut the ribbon. So I say, I'm not in the business of cutting ribbons because we in our department don't cut any ribbons. We deal with problems. The lights are not working. The sewer plant is not working properly. The water is not coming out. That's what we deal with. We hardly ever get to deal with cutting the ribbon. But today I feel like we're cutting a ribbon of a partnership between the public and the private sector, and a partnership that seeks to resolve the problems of our country at the coal face of where service delivery happens. So on that note, rather, we will immediately move into the point of, no, I jumped the gun. And I jumped an important gun, which is the national anthem. So if I may ask, before I invite any other speakers, if I may ask that we rise. I don't always get the opportunity to instruct the Deputy President to rise. If we may rise and sing the national anthem. Thank you very much. Let me then do what I was about to do, which is to call on to the podium the accounting officers in the order that it would be presented to set the scene and the context for all of us. At this point, the Director General of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Mr. Mbulelo Changana, please come and help us set the context from a government point of view. And welcome, Minister Ramokgopa. Thank you very much. Can we get the presentation?
Program Director, whilst we are waiting for Toivo to assist us with the presentation, let's take care of the protocol and start greeting our Deputy President first. As senior managers in government, we have to adhere to protocol at all times. We don't say protocol observe. It doesn't work with us. Let me greet Minister Nkadimeng, And also take this opportunity to greet all the deputy ministers who are here, starting with the program director. Program Director Franklin Tau. In case you didn't know, his middle name is Franklin Tau. Then we've been joined by Minister of Electricity, okay. All right. We'll allow the protocol officers to finish what they are doing. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to greet all the captains of the industry. I've noted Chairman Kask Vadia, who has been with us in the trenches for a very long time. We worked with him drafting the Financial Services Charter, and I want to believe that most of those targets were met. I've noted Deputy Minister Mahlobo is with us here, MEC Kumalo. The premiers of the 3 provinces were invited. Not sure if they are here. The Premier of the Northwest, Premier of Gauteng, and Premier of the Free State, and Mpumalanga. In fact, I'm told there were 4 premiers who were invited to this meeting. We also have MMCs and mayors. I'm told that the mayor of Sekhukhune has pulled out because of an emergency that she needed to attend to. Without wasting time, I'm going to go straight to what I have been asked to do. The partnership between ourselves and NBI is 30 years old now, and that partnership has helped us in government to achieve quite a number of things. It assisted us to sign up on the charter, on a number of charters, whether you're talking the construction charter, you're talking the property development charter, or the financial services charter. We worked with NBI to do quite a number of things in government. In my previous life as DG of Human Settlements, we worked very closely with NBI to set up some of the affordable housing targets, and I'm sure we met most of those targets. Next slide, please, Toivo. I thought it's important to start from the problem statement, maybe just to get a sense of the magnitude of the problem that we are dealing with here. We have to state the problem explicitly so that we don't end up solving a different problem or a wrong problem. What we have is a depiction of the challenges that we are faced with in municipalities in quantitative terms. We can explain it in qualitative terms as well, but we want to start quantitatively and break it down by province. If you look at Northwest, Eastern Cape, let's start with Eastern Cape before we get to Northwest. I hope you'll be able to see the red, the far red. Some of these figures, these are not final figures. Minister has not signed off on the figures, so please don't crucify me, because some of them may change. But what we want to do is to showcase to you the trend. The 2021 figures, 2022 figures, 2023 are preliminary figures. They're not final figures, because we're still finalizing those figures with the HODs. I'm meeting them this afternoon to get those figures to be finalized. In 2021, we told the country that the number of municipalities that are dysfunctional, or municipalities, as Diamta would put it, that are in distress throughout the country. In 2021, we had 66 of those municipalities. And you can break them down by province: 14 in Eastern Cape, 1 in the, well, it's, okay, let's do it the other way around. It's 14 in Eastern Cape, it's 11 in the Free State, it's 7, no, I'm reading it wrongly. It's 14 in Eastern Cape. Those figures are wrong. Those figures are completely wrong. Yes. Yeah, okay, yes, the way they have classified it by province is completely wrong. So we'll correct it, don't worry, we'll correct it. The right one is the one in red. Maybe let me show it so that you can see it. I don't have the figures that we want to read at this one. So we start in 2021, 2022, and then we get to 2023. Yeah. So the figures that we want to demonstrate to you are the ones on the far right. Those are the far right figures. If you look at Eastern Cape, we had 11 municipalities that are in distress. In the Free State, we also had 11 municipalities that are dysfunctional. We had 2 municipalities in Gauteng, MEC Kumal, that are in distress. This is 2021. We'll get to 2023 just now. We had 11 municipalities in KZN that are in distress. We had 3 in Limpopo, and we had 6 in Mpumalanga. We had 9 in the Northern Cape. We had 10 in Northwest, and we had 1 in the Western Cape. And the total in 2021 was 64. Now, in 2022, we had 66 municipalities. So that figure is going the wrong direction. And this is what worried us last year. You would have listened to Minister several times last year complaining about those figures. So from 64 to 66, the number is not statistically significant, but it's going the wrong direction. But in this year, in this current financial year, the figure has dropped significantly. The number of municipalities that are dysfunctional is 34. That figure is not final, it still has to be signed off by Minister. And that tells us that there is something right that we are doing to arrest dysfunctionality in municipalities. You can see the biggest province that has dropped significantly is KZN. KZN in the previous financial year, 2022, they had 12 municipalities that were dysfunctional. This year, they have 3 municipalities that are dysfunctional. We know why, because KZN is very structured in the manner they deal with municipalities. The way they support municipalities, it is very structured. The same applies to Gauteng and Western Cape. You see, in the Western Cape, they had 2 dysfunctional municipalities. Now they have no dysfunctional municipality this year. We know that there are still challenges in Ghanaland and in Beaufort West, but they have managed to arrest that problem. So there are no dysfunctional municipalities in this current financial year. Eastern Cape as well has dropped from 11 to 7. So you can see that the number of municipalities that are in distress, that are struggling, that are dysfunctional is coming down from 66 to 34. You can present the same picture in different ways as well if you like. But what is more interesting is the number of functional municipalities. As much as we're talking about dysfunctional municipalities, we have municipalities that are very functional. And we'll get to a slide that explains what it means to have a functional municipality. What is a functional municipality? What is an ideal municipality? In 2021, we had 16 municipalities that were stable and functional. And that figure jumped to 30 in 2022. In 2023, that figure moved from 30 to 61, which tells you again that there is something that government is doing to arrest dysfunctionality. The number of functional municipalities is going the right direction. So you can see that that figure is going up, is jumping from 16 in 2021 to 30 and to 61. So this is just to explain the problem in quantitative terms, the magnitude of the problem in quantitative terms. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, I told you quickly. Again, you can explain it in graphical terms if you like, and break it down by province if you like. It's the same slide, but we're explaining it differently. Next slide. Maybe we can pause a little bit here. If someone asks you, what is an ideal municipality? This is what you need to look at. You can take a picture of this slide and read it when you're sitting at home. A functional municipality, an ideal municipality, has to adhere to all of these issues. And we do have them. The 61 municipalities that are stable, that are functional, they have perfected the art of running good governance. On the far left, you're talking about the committees. The committees in a council must work in order for the council to function. Just like in private sector companies. The board committees must function in order for that institution to function. The management committees must function in order for the institution to function. It's the same in public institutions like local government. If your Section 80 committees or Section 79 committees are not working, then the council is going to be affected. In between, if you look at the left is the council. These are all the structures, the troika, the mayor, the chief whip, the speaker. They need to talk to each other every day and provide leadership. In fact, we've got 3 former mayors in the room, and they can talk to you about that. The ward councillors must do their work. They need to know what is functioning in the ward and what is not functioning in the ward. So the ward councillors must work, and they must work closely with the ward committee members. The PR councillors must do their work as well. So on the far left, you've got the council functioning. On the far right, you've got the administration functioning. You hear people talking about political administrative interface. This is it. If the administration and the council are working very well in any municipality, that municipality can solve any problem. The opposite is also very true. If the administration and the council are not working very well, the casualty will be the communities. And the communities are here in between, and they can explain it. They can tell you about their lived experience, and the lived experience is outlined on the far right. And I think Diamtau started right there to say, a council that is working very well, these are the things that communities will experience. Human settlements that are functioning, public safety that is functioning, water reticulation that is functioning, electricity reticulation that is functioning. So these are the things that communities experience when a council is functioning. They also experience challenges as well when the council is not functioning. Next slide. I thought here the most important point to mention is the last bullet, and I think we can move this slightly. We're not doing this exercise today of partnering with the NBI and launching this partnership for the sake of it. We're doing it because the Constitution expects us to do this. The NDP expects us to do this. We need leadership throughout society that work together to solve problems. So we're not partnering with NBI for the sake of it. We're partnering with the NBI to solve municipal problems, to solve water problems, to solve human settlements problems. So this partnership is about solving problems. It's not a nice to have kind of a partnership. And the NDP expected us to do this kind of partnership. Next slide, Toivo. Again, these are the outcomes of a working local government. If local government is working very well, this is what you'll get out of it. An effective and efficient internal corporate governance system, which will be able to deliver citizen participation, which will be able to deliver good municipal government, all of it. Whether you're talking municipal finance, you're talking council meetings, but all of good municipal governance. A working municipality will be able to deliver basic services to all its citizens, and then it will be financially viable. Next slide. The partnership, we started this journey, and there's Mohammed at the back. We've been working with him in a number of other areas as well. You've got the CoGTA family, MISA, MDB, Municipal Demarcation Board. You've got the community work program. We have 255,000 people throughout the country who are assisting municipalities to deliver services. We have Disaster Management Center. The head of Disaster Management Center is also here. We've got SALGA, we've got Cities Networks. These are our partners. So when we sign this partnership with the NBI, we will be signing this partnership to support all of these partners, CoGTA family partners. There are other private companies, we're not going to list all of them here, who are going to be partnering with us. There's PPGI, there's Water, there's World Resource Institute, and they are assisting us in Skukuni and in a number of other areas. I'm about to summarize to close. I'm left with 1 minute, Program Director. This is the nature of the partnership and the sectors that we are looking at. In government, DP, you chair the IMC on basic services. These are the government partners that participate in the IMC on basic services. We've got in business, NBI, CELC, Skukuni Mining Houses, Sibanye Stillwater, Anglo-American. We've got EU, despite the what we would call the geopolitical challenges that we have in the world today, we still have a very good partnership with our friends in the EU. And we'll talk to those partnerships. We also have DBSA, ESCOM, and the water boards, Rainwater, and many other water boards, SALGA, MISA, Demarcation Board, and PPGI. Next slide. At the end of the day, these are the sectors that we would want to focus on. We're not going to be all over the show and make no impact. This is our focus. We would want to focus on just energy transition. We would want to focus on water and sanitation. DM Mashobo is here, the scientist. We would want to focus on the institutional capacity. We would want to focus on disaster management, and we would want to focus on local economic development. At the end of the day, if the economy is not growing, the fiscus is going to be extremely under pressure. So we need to focus on that. So all of these things will assist us to do skills training. It will assist us to do infrastructure development, to attract investments, and I will leave the rest to my partner to touch on. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, DG. I think you've set the scene for us. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruth Trotsky, and please allow me to greet the Honorable Deputy President, all our honorable ministers here, business leadership, and the administration. Our esteemed guests, good morning. So mine is just to introduce our CEO. You've heard reference made to the NBI. I am with the NBI, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you our CEO, Mrs. Sharmila Subramani. So she's been with us for a year, dynamic lady, and it's really my honor. Sharmila, please come to the fore. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you, DG Shangana, for that fantastic context setting. I'm going to attempt to pull us back on a little bit of time. I can't guarantee that I will. But allow me to extend my gratitude to our program directors and to acknowledge the esteemed presence of our Deputy President, political and administrative leaders, as well as esteemed business leaders from our member companies. It's really an honor to address you today. I have the privilege of serving as the CEO of the National Business Initiative, and I stand before you today more to reflect on our journey and reaffirm our commitment to chart a course for the future. In the evolution, I think, of any entity such as ours, you always have different inflection points where you stop and reflect about whether what you're doing is relevant and valid and that it continues to serve what it was intended to. The National Business Initiative, since its inception in 1995 under the auspices of the revered former President Nelson Mandela, has been a beacon of transformative action. Our mission remains steadfast: to drive economic and social transformation in South Africa through responsive collaborative action. Over the past 3 decades, we have evolved and adapted, but our core purpose remains unshaken. In our country, which, as we know, clearly is grappling with profound challenges marked by staggering inequality and persistent unemployment, the role of business transcends profit margins. It extends to the very fabric of our society. And environmental and societal challenges complicate the landscape and demand urgency in innovation and in our responses. And these would all be nice sounding words, which you would probably find in any annual report of any company with a social report. But our job really is to translate this into action. And for business, this means confronting the myriad of issues from inequality and poverty to skills development, supply chain support, and gender equity. The question we face is not merely what business does, but how it does it and how it contributes to inclusive economic transformation. This has to be a deliberate and intentional pursuit. The NBI stands at the nexus of this imperative, offering guidance, support, and a platform for collaboration. Guided by the National Development Plan and the SDGs, our work spans across key areas and each is aligned with critical economic issues and societal needs. And I'd like to expand on those a little bit. Our economic inclusion program, for instance, focuses on youth employability and skills development. Through initiatives like the Green Skills and our technical vocational education training program, where we partner with a number of TVET colleges across the country, we are equipping thousands of young people with the skills needed for artisanal jobs through demand-led skilling, while also addressing the barriers faced by entrepreneurs and SMEs in township economies. Again, inclusive growth has to be a deliberate pursuit. But transformation goes beyond programs. It requires our bold and inclusive leadership. Our efforts to foster this culture of inclusion and drive transformative leadership are evident in the dialogues that we hold and initiatives aimed at tackling inequality, inequity, and corruption head-on. Through partnerships and reflective dialogues, we are paving the way for a more equitable corporate landscape where voices can be heard and where action can be taken. Ethical leadership and anti-corruption form another cornerstone of our work. In our country, grappling with these challenges, our role is not just to address the gaps, but to foster a culture of integrity and accountability within the corporate sphere. Our environmental and society unit spearheads efforts in addressing pressing environmental issues. From water security to climate change resilience, our focus is on translating urgency into action, engaging both government and business to drive systemic change. A clear example of this has been a seminal piece of work for which many of you would be familiar, which is our Just Transition Pathways work that we did over a period of 2 years or 3 years and included over 400 stakeholders in consultation, including business, government, and civil society, looking at what we would need to do to transition our economy and what that would mean if we were to try to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Through our TAMDEV program, my esteemed colleague Ruth Trosky leads, and which is really the program that has been driving what we see here today. We are helping to strengthen the capacity of the state, enabling effective service delivery and creating jobs. By collaborating with business and government, we are harnessing the expertise also of retired professionals to mentor the next generation and navigate complex regulatory as well as operational environments. The NBI has active MOUs with CoGTA, Department of Water and Sanitation, and the DBSA, which position the NBI as the leading business partner in the implementation of the district development model. Other engagements include TAMDEV support programs in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, in the establishment of Infrastructure South Africa, support to the Presidency in the National Energy Crisis and Logistics Crisis Committees, as well as supporting various critical ministerial interventions on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation. At the heart of these efforts lies the Sustainable Development Goals. These goals serve as our roadmap for sustainable growth, guiding our strategy and informing our collaborations. And I think earlier on from what was presented, you can see how that makes for a unified vision and a mission. By aligning sector priorities with national imperatives, we're unlocking opportunities for collective action and driving that meaningful change. Lastly, our role facilitating business government support underscores our commitment to translating those into tangible outcomes. As the Secretariat to the BRICS Business Council and the implementer of business commitments that emanated from the Presidential Job Summit through the NBI's work overall, we're bridging the gap between policy and practice, ensuring that promises translate to progress. In conclusion, our journey is certainly one of resilience, adaptation, and most importantly, an unwavering commitment to a vision of a better South Africa, which we all share. As we navigate the complexities of our times, let us remember that transformation certainly isn't a destination, but it is a journey that we are embarking on together, united in purpose and driven by that shared commitment to building a more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive society. We've made it through 30 years together. Let us now use the dialogue and the partnership to build on the success of the lessons we've learned over the past 30 years and to craft a new innovative engagement for public sector collaboration, public-private collaboration going forward. This is going to be critical because if you keep doing what you did and you're going to expect different results, you really should be rethinking those. There's something that I learned in many years of my history of which has been very firmly in financial services. And I'm going to use an analogy that I've often used but has resonated in my head and I feel is actually relevant today. And is to leave you with the words is that if we don't invest in the future that we want, the one that we're going to get is going to be worth infinitely less. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharmila. We're going to head right into our panels now. I'm not going to spend time introducing these. They're quite famous, DM. They're quite famous. So I'm just going to call the names. The chairs will be ready for them to take the hot seats. Just a reminder why we're here. Let me just say the bios will come up on the screen, but it will be for the fast readers, in and out. All right. So if you're not a fast reader, just look at them on stage. So why are we here today? This is a thought leadership dialogue, and we want you to use the opportunity to think, and lead here in your minds. And when we open up for questions and answers, give us those questions that will make us do what we want to do. You know, while we were singing the anthem, the phrase that says, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. And I hope that this is the beginning, that we adhere to the call to come together and that we will stand united. So the wise people that are on my panel, I'm just going to call your names, and I don't want you to run, but move quickly. We have our chairperson. We're very proud of our chairperson, Cas Kovadia. If you can come to the front, please. We have the EU ambassador, Sandra Kramer. Welcome. We have our Honourable Minister of CoGTA, Temin Kadimeng. We have, is that not right? We have our CEO of the Minerals Council, Mzala. Mzala is a very good friend of the NBI. Mzala, welcome and thank you. Our Deputy President of SALGA, Mashatile. If you can come to the front, can you see how quickly they move? They're still young. We have the CEO of PPGI, Ms. Tanya Cohen. And then we have Odette Hartzliff from PepsiCo. I don't know who was the fastest reader here. Did you read all the bios that were on the screen? Not even showing. It's showing on those screens. So if you've managed to read everything, say ah. So our panel, and this is quite a serious matter in South Africa. I think if you can reflect on the theme of today, it is co-creating a functional and effective society. And Deputy President, I think that's at the heart of why we're here. It's a dream of every South African citizen that we can forge public and private collaboration to strengthen our local government. The DG has reflected on the growth and the progress made, but we believe that we can do better. So today we're going to unpack what a collaboration should look like that will move us as South Africa forward. So ours is to look at creating an enabling environment that fosters effective partnerships and collaboration. So we have on our panel, and I'm not going to introduce them again, but I am going to pose a question to each one, and we're going to tap into their wisdom. We're also going to have, after we listen to our esteemed panelists, we're going to allow for questions and answers, which you can pose as the audience to any of the panelists. We're going to start with Cass Kovadia. And Cass is, a familiar face. So Cass, you've been the NBI's chairperson of the board for a number of years. And if we recall what Shamila has shared with us, that NBI is at the heart of creating these collaborations. But I know that there's a perception out there that business and government are on opposite sides. But what is true for us is that, especially in my work as TAMDEF, working with private sector and public sector, what I've observed is there's commitment from both these parties to work together. But somehow, somewhere, we need to get onto the same page. And I just want to hear your views on, is there an easy way of getting us on the same page in every situation?
Thanks, Ruth, and Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, recognizing everybody. The short answer to your question, no, because you asked whether there's an easy way. There isn't. But there is a way. I think that, and you know, if you asked me this question, let's say at the beginning of last year, I would have a very different answer. But the reality is that we can actually talk to a real example of partnership between business and government, which we started essentially in June last year on energy, logistics, and law and order, and Minister Ramagopa is here. He can probably talk to this much more than I can on the energy side. But what we have shown is that a partnership can work. If one looks at the progress that has been made in just under a year, is it as quick as I would have liked it to be? No, but it's been slow but sure progress. And the trend is a positive one. I was just looking at something in the Daily Maverick this morning, and they actually asked, so what has happened in the last year since 130-odd CEOs signed a pledge to partner with the government? And they're actually itemizing the progress that has been made. So I think it can work, but what does it need to work? To me, what's been important in this partnership, the President has led this from the government side, and he's led it consistently. We agreed we'll meet every 6 to 8 weeks to track progress. We've been doing that since June last year. At every meeting, we have a slide, the last slide in the pack, saying these are the blockages that need to be unblocked, and he has unblocked some of the blockages. Similarly, from business side, we've got CEOs leading every work stream, and we've got CEOs spending a lot of time in driving this. And I think that's been the critical factor. And then business taking the view that we need to mobilize the resources to build capacity in government so that, and we're quite clear on this, by the end of this year, or at the latest by March, at the end of March next year, this initiative is finished. It's a very focused initiative with a very focused time frame, very focused objectives. Then government must run with these things. And that's why the capacity has to be built. We don't want to do government's job, we shouldn't. And so it's a very focused initiative to work together to build government's capacity in the process so that government can take over. And I think we've moved beyond the ideology. In one of the meetings with the president, he actually said that, thank God, the debate about whether government and business should be working together or not is gone.
Yes.
Okay? So it takes leadership, it takes commitment from both sides. I think it takes a commitment that says that this is the greatest bloody country in the world, actually the French, and we need to make it work. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Okay? So it can work, and we're talking about local government here, and I think that's a challenge at local government. I mean, we've been in my BUSA capacity. My board is quite clear that we should be trying to intervene in local government. And we met some organization in Joburg, I met some people working on water. We're beginning to see what role we can play. But the challenge we're having in local government, take Joburg for instance, if there isn't the political will, and that's why the partnership with government is working, there's a political will to make it work. And if there isn't a political will to make it work, the structures below the politics don't work. And so we've got to crack through that in some of the major municipalities. And that's what we are focused on doing through the BUSA initiative, and obviously NBI, I've been talking to NBI about that. And we want to coordinate, not take over, but coordinate the role of different business organizations and business interventions in local government, and see if we can, through a proper coordinated effort, get more bang for buck. So let me stop there.
Thanks so much, Cass. I think it touches on the question that we wanted to pose to this Deputy President of SALGA. You know, true that the atmosphere in the country has changed. There is a real willingness to work together, and we sense that. But we're also aware of the obstacles, and you mentioned one, you know, the issue of a lack of political will has been cited quite often as a stumbling block, as we experience it, especially when we work with local government. And perhaps, Deputy President, if you can come in there and tell us, is there a way of changing this perception, and how do we address it?
Thank you very much, Ms. Trotsky, and greetings to the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, present councillors, captains of industry. As SALGA, we do not believe that primarily the problem is the lack of political will, without that being explained as to what does it mean. But our observation is that the regulatory framework is quite difficult to navigate in dealing with the public-private partnerships. Having said that, we have taken a decision in our conference that will explore as SALGA all forms of collaboration, in particular with the private sector on matters related to infrastructure and service delivery. We move from a premise that local government is everybody's business because we are serving communities, and that it is us government, those who are local government practitioners and communities, as the DG has indicated in his presentation earlier. For a functional municipality, you need the participation of communities as well. But also for you to do that, the regulatory framework must be friendly so that you can be able to leverage the resources and the skills that are located in the private sector. Thank you.
I almost wanted to ask a second follow-up question, but let's not do that. I'll allow the audience to ask, but thanks so much. Let me jump into Mzila. I think, Mzila, you've listened to Kaz, you've listened to the Deputy President of SALGA, but what, in your view, are the key success factors or the risks or the requirements that will get us to a country where collaboration is easy, it's working, it's functional, and it yields the results that we want to see?
Thanks, Ruth, and greetings to all present, Deputy President, ministers. And I think it's great to be here, to be participating in this conversation. And I think just to refer to Cass's contribution, I think one of the other characteristics that I would mention that I think he alluded to is a long-term perspective. This is, I think the challenges that we faced with need significant amount of effort and input. Yeah. We cannot plan and hope that we'll address them in the next week or the next year. And secondly, I think, collaboration is a coming together of two people, two entities, and the most simplest of examples to that is marriage. And if it was simple, I think we would have a 1% divorce rate, but we don't have that right now. Okay. So I wanna respond to your questions, and refer to the presentation that was given earlier. An interesting observation for me is that there are 4 primary mining provinces in South Africa: the Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. And there's some residual mining from Free State and Gauteng, particularly on the gold side. And given where the gold price is trading at the moment, I'm looking forward to the next National Treasury statement and the contribution of mining. And what was disturbing about that slide was the number of municipalities in the emerging risks. They've moved from stable, and the number is increasing in the emerging risk. And whilst on the red, it may show few municipalities, I think it's a concern that an industry such as the mining industry finds itself in that context. But besides that, the mining industry, it was interesting as Deputy Minister Parks was describing the way that people view local government. The most impactful and yet the least appreciated. That's kind of how we feel at times about the mining industry. But the municipality and mining industry are actually joined at the hip. If you look at the compliance-driven social and labor plans, and I'm using those words deliberately, but the mining industry has in recent years stepped up above and beyond that, given the challenges that, and I think the opportunities that we're seeing. So I think an important issue following on the long-term perspective is the common purpose. In as far as what the mining industry wants to see in the communities where it's operating. We want to operate in an environment which are thriving because that's a contribution we can make as an industry in as far as employment creation, which is the number one challenge that government is trying to address. And we are equally concerned about that. And despite where the cycle is at the moment, it's a cycle. We know how to manage cycles as an industry. But it's important that the things that we can control, such as what was presented in as far as what a functioning in an ideal municipality looks like, that's something that government needs to contribute. And I think that's the third element in terms of what makes collaboration work, and that is recognizing what each one of us can bring to the party. Yeah. As private sector, we have capital, whether you want to call it capitalistic or not. You cannot grow an economy without capital. I think government has realized, if you look at the recent reports on fiscus, that it cannot do what it needs to do without an economy that is fully functioning and contributing to the fiscus, and the need for an appropriate utilization and allocation of those taxes to be able to then give benefit to community. So there's a common purpose, I think, there, and we have certain capabilities and skills that we can bring, and government has the same. And in the slide that was presented, I think it was an underrepresentation of the mining industry in terms of what it does. It's beyond, I think I want to acknowledge my members, Sibanye-Stillwater and Anglo-American, but I have present in the audience the likes of Glencore. And these are big mining companies, but I also want to add that this goes further even to the smallest of companies in the communities. And this is based on my experience when we're doing enterprise and supply development at Exaro, that even the family business of a wife and husband or a father and children starting a small business, they have as their imperative giving back. And the biggest stumbling block is, I think, some of the inappropriate behavior that we've seen from the local politics, an intervention and a rent-seeking on the part of small businesses, let alone the big businesses. And this is something that is something that I think needs to be addressed. And it speaks to the point of the need for leadership from the top and setting the tone in terms of what happens below. And the example with the JSOC, the Joint Steering Committee that the President leads, is that what I call the political veil of cover for the need for these initiatives to be able to proceed and succeed is absolutely critical. We are operating in an environment that we operate. We need to acknowledge that and deal with the risks and the opportunities that it comes with. And then lastly, collaboration shouldn't work only under crisis. We've seen the crisis of COVID, the crisis of the 3 infrastructure, but we do have an opportunity staring us at the face right now. And that is the opportunity of a growing economy. And we've had many recovery plans, many an economic plan. And in that regard, I really want to put my hand up for the mining industry, that the mining industry, in my view, is a low-hanging fruit that can deliver, within 6 to 12 months, to the extent that we have the appropriate legislation, government working together to enable the mining industry to function at the local government level as well as the fiscus. And I think we'll really be able to see the benefits of collaboration coming through. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mzila. DM, did you make note of that commitment? Yeah, we must make sure. So thanks so much. And I do think that also there's a perception out there that we don't have a lack of funds, a lack of money, a lack of resources in the country. And we're now exploring the solution to grow the economy through collaboration. But I want to touch on the issue of finances, Odette, with you. That we looked at the progress made this morning was shared with us, but there are still a number of municipalities who have not yet managed to get a good audit outcomes. And that in itself is sometimes the reason why private sector is hesitant to collaborate because of how finances and resources are managed at local government. Can you assist us there? How do we support as private sector in that specific space?
Thank you so much. His Excellency, Mr. President or Deputy President and everybody else, I think what we are calling on is a new, modern private sector, which is exactly speaking to what Mr. Kavadi has been talking to. It's the role of the private sector that needs to look slightly different. And in that, it also means that government's role needs to look slightly different. Being in government before myself, standing on the other side now in the private sector, we see there's collaborative efforts that we're actually running with NBI, and where the private sector and NBI and municipalities are connecting on very specific projects. That means that there's a little bit of collaboration that is required. I call this a coordinated, collaborative approach. And I think that is what we have to deal with. And I also think that for private sector to do little bits here and little bits there, it may not necessarily give you the impact that you need. Low-hanging fruit that we know is there is, for instance, what the president's always talking about. He's reflecting on the green economy. We have not unlocked the green economy, and that green economy is sitting at local government level. It's those people that's at the lower end that is in actual fact there. And some of the structures is already in existence. So there's financial structures that we can tap in, and where municipalities can actual fact tap into that. So I think we have started on the right foot in terms of the pledge. I think that we need to roll it out and activate it much more between ourselves as the private sector as well as government. I think the private sector will come to the party if we acknowledged for what we are doing, like the mining sector as reflected on. I think that we want to know that government actually respects that little space that we fill, which in actual fact is that space that is very dear to all South Africans. In our space, PepsiCo, we are dealing with food as well as beverages, which is the very basic that South Africans need. So when water and infrastructure is not working on the municipal level, that's the part where we actually get affected the most. But I must say, on a positive note, we have seen quite a turnaround from municipalities to work and collaborate. It takes a bit longer. I think there's a trust element that needs to be developed. I think, and that's where the financial part is also developed. And I think that that's where government can assist us, and structures where BUSA and where everybody else is sitting in private sector engaging with government to actually help us build that trust. And I think there's magic to happen, and I think that the private sector, as well as government, we are not missing each other that far. It's just a question of linking the dots, connecting those dots, and ensuring that we actually pool the resources that we've got to actually ensure that those resources are going to the right places at local government and taking citizens along. That's one of the biggest elements that we're not doing. We need to take our citizens along. There's a responsibility from each citizen over and above government and over and above the private sector that needs to be filled.
It helps. Thanks so much, Odette. So we've been touching on the gaps and the challenges in this collaboration, but there's definitely good news. We've been in this space for a few years. We have good news. Collaborations work. And I want to talk to the Minister now. Minister, we've been a partner of this, your department, looking at the DDM for quite some time. And I think the core of the message of DDM is one plan. You know, bringing everybody under the same umbrella, creating a common vision, and working towards the same goal. So the DDM has been established now for a few years, and it's quite important that we reflect, like our CEO said, what are the key lessons that you've gleaned from having this DDM now practically rolled out, and what can we do to improve on the execution, because it is a good concept.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And maybe let me start by, out of interest, commenting a little bit on the issue of finances and the reports of the Auditor General. Beyond the collaboration that obviously this initiative and many others, DP, are already in municipalities led by different business partners, is for us to actually go beyond the figures in the AG report. Which actually, if you look closely at them, give a picture that for every 1 rand that has been allocated, we account appropriately for 87 cents as local government. Who says that the 13 cents is not important? I don't think we're sending such a message. But I'm saying we equally have shown a side of turning the leaf even when it comes to accountability with regards to the funds. Yes, we still have problematic areas, and if you practicalize them, Madibeng, for example, 5 disclaimers in a row. And this is where the focus of institutional capacity building goes into. And I think DM, when he has time, he will also articulate on the measures that we are taking. But we are saying we do not want to stop development because we want to fix and correct all the problems. You can't. And this is why the collaboration and the discussion we are having today and beyond becomes critical. Because we dispatch experts, we've got partnership even with SAICA and many others, which are assisting us to deal with the governance and administrative issues. But think about a municipality that then gets a clean audit but does not offer services. And this is what we're trying to fix today and beyond, in ensuring that we make the collaboration of what DDM talks about, Ruth, as I get directly into your question now. One is collaboration by ourselves as government and as spheres. That we plan together, we create the plan, hence the one plan, one government, one budget. Because every development in a municipality or in the country happens in a ward. We're a ward-based municipal system in South Africa. So you need to bring everybody from government to be in one room. And then secondly, what makes an ideal municipality, the DG has told us, is where there is strength in business, there's strength in communities to assist and shape the municipalities. We're seeing quite a lot of fruits from the 3 pilot projects. We will be launching the district hub sometime DP towards the end of this month, where we have now put a practical DDM map of where is a ward in a particular municipality. Who heads that ward? What projects are there? How much do they cost? And it's a live system. And it will then pick up some of the information that still needs to be added. For example, we might have not spoken about Astro. I was there in Ligwa 2-3 weeks ago. They are running the wastewater treatment works for Standerton and the neighboring areas. It's business. They have an interest in producing their chickens, but they also have an interest beyond doing that. If you look at Sasol and Governormbegi areas, the adoption, the roads that they're doing there, but if you also look at the role of national government in Ligwa, for example, when the Astral says we are unable to transport our chickens and the municipality is unable to do roads, Sandral got into the picture. They are currently on site doing it. So those are the practicalities and the learnings of what DDM has shown us, both in Waterberg district, the collaboration of mines and bring them together in industries. You have OR Tambo, which looks into the promotion or the change of our fiscal formula, which looks now like punishing the poor and making them life worse because they can't collect and they receive only 9%. There is not enough money at local government. I can emphasize that. We only get 9% of the fiscals. And that is why such initiatives are important. But also why we are calling for a fiscal review is to ensure that small and rural municipalities that can fit the 90%, 95% collection, they need a funding formula that is different, that could be supportive, that will also enhance government and both business to be able to work around the space. Thank you very much, Ruth.
Thanks so much, Minister. 9%. Yes. We need to have a sidebar with the Deputy President. Thanks so much. I think it's always good to hear, and we found this in our own projects, that as soon as you bring community as part of your solution, things work. And addressing the fragmentation in service delivery and how we design solutions, that's going to be important going forward. So thanks so much, Minister. I think I want to go to you, Tanya, because you've been also involved in Waterberg with us, with the DDM, and the reference to practical solutions. Just your view, what have you experienced being part of the DDM, being part of the Waterberg pilot program, and also given your mandate, how does collaboration work for you? And I want the audience to notice we're not talking here PPPs. We're talking collaboration that speaks to your heart, want to work with government. Just want to work with government. Let's hear from you.
So good morning and all protocol observed. I think first of all, PPGI, you've heard it, but it's important just to give you an indication of what it is and what it isn't. It's a very light touch intermediary that works between business and sectors of the economy. And we try and unblock problems, priority problems. So we have worked on national sector master plans quite extensively to unblock sectoral problems. But during the course of COVID, we got involved in some of the district implementation and the district development model, and in particular in the Waterberg, because it was one of the pilot districts. And when I say light touch, is that we really had one individual who was working closely with a person from within the district municipality who were unblocking constraints. They were opening up opportunities and linking partners, and they were building capacity. So examples of that, we had an eye clinic that had been trying for 3 years to get a rezoning license so it could start building. This was a retired ophthalmologist who wanted to set up the center, who had raised the funding, but he couldn't get this rezoning license. He wants to provide free cataract screening for anyone in the province, not just paying clients, anyone free of charge. Within a matter of 2 or 3 weeks, that rezoning was issued, and then there was a shortfall in terms of the cost of the build, because 3 years had lapsed, went to one of your members from the mines, and they made up the deficit, and that build has now happened, and that building stands today. There are countless examples. We had the Masodi wastewater treatment works. Minister of Water and Sanitation wanted to unblock that. The mine wanted to do the work, and they just hadn't found a way to talk to each other. And we managed to bring the parties together, and what has happened is that the mine now supplies clean water to the entire community surrounding it, and they use the grey water for their mining operations. So, examples there of what happens on the ground. In terms of the district development model, we've engaged with that, I suppose, practically. And I think that one has to acknowledge that there has to be a way, whether you call it district development model, whether you call it something else, you've got to find a way to bring the plans of the 3 spheres of government together, national, provincial, and local, and those intersectoral plans as well, like your national infrastructure plan or your early childhood development plan. And that's really hard. And that's when it speaks to coordination, because you've got to coordinate within government and, very importantly, with society. And I think the important thing that we've learned is you've got to engage with people on the ground and work in a bottom-up manner. It doesn't help to have top-down interventions where you are given those priorities. You need to really grapple with the partners on the ground in terms of understanding what are the priorities and how you unlock them. And there's something wonderful, Andrew Borain often refers to it. He says, it's not a partnership. He says it's a verb, it's partnering, and it's a continuing verb. But added to that, I think you build trust through partnering through action. You don't build partnerships through dialogue necessarily. You can find each other, but you don't actually manage to have impact unless you start working together. And in a strange way, you start working together and people get a little bit excited about it. They see something working, and then an ecosystem develops around it that starts mobilizing itself. The other thing that I think is really important is, and it's been referred to by many of the people on the panel already, is having this common objective. It's not as though you can look to government and say, sort out this problem, because it's not government's problem, it's our problem. It's a whole of society problem. And that's the approach that the DDM has sought to try and reinforce. I think there are lots of challenges, but I think we've certainly seen some remarkable results from just grappling with these issues on the ground. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Tanya. Absolutely. Ongoing, focused engagements, getting everybody on board. I have our last panelist. So I don't know if I should say we're keeping the best for last. It's not true. Everybody here was the best. So Sandra, the EU ambassador, you must have been exposed to different kinds of best practices and models out there in terms of collaboration. What can you share with us?
Thank you very much, and thanks for organizing and for having me today. I'm the ambassador of the European Union to South Africa, and of course greetings to the Deputy President, ministers, deputy ministers, senior officials, and everybody here. In front of this audience, I just want to say that, and I think most of you know that, the European Union is South Africa's largest trading partner. And I think that is important to remind, because I've heard different statistics lately, and then people say, yeah, but you're not one country, you're a continent, and so it's going to be different. But I think you should look at the European Union as one big market, because there is free movement of goods, services, capital, and people, and 450 million customers. So that in itself brings the trade statistics together. So for those of you who are interested, I can tell you more about it, but 22% of trading goods combined is to European Union trade, and foreign direct investment over 50% is from the European Union. So that's just an introduction to say that the European Union is partnering on a daily basis with South Africa, and it is a very positive and very constructive partnership that we have with South Africa. Now, what we do in the field of the just energy transition is that we partner. I think we feel there's a central role, of course, for regional and local governments to upscale the sustainable development goals, but also to implement the green and digital transitions. And what we've said all along is the transition towards climate neutrality will be just and inclusive, or it will not be. And that is why the just part is so important. What we're looking at now is focusing on many things, but let me give you two examples. One is that we're working with CoGTA, with the minister, the deputy minister, and many others, to look at a program where we are working with probably around 4 municipalities to look at service deliveries in water, energy, transport, waste, whatever the municipality wants to focus on and whatever their priority is. We're going to have quite substantial technical assistance for that municipality to look at how they can tackle these issues. And I must underline that I completely agree with the previous speakers in terms of how all this needs coordination with all levels. But the innovative part of it is that we're basically we're putting up some innovative pilot projects, and then we're reserving some funds to look at these pilot projects and see how they develop. And the reserved part of that funding is blended finance. Because what we ultimately want is that private sector, but also development finance institutions get interested and get investments going. Because I don't think this is about aid or whatever, this is about investments. We need investments, and that is what we want to trigger with that blended finance. So that's the program that we're trying to get together. There's another that is a grant program where we focus a lot on actually mining communities. So it's quite heavily focused on Mpumalanga and other areas, where we're going to give grants for skilling, also reskilling, but also quite a lot of focus on small and medium-sized enterprises, how to set up your own company, how to do that. We've worked with the Department of Small Business Development, but also again with CoGTA and many other departments to set that up. That's grant money. So I think it's incredibly important to look at all these levels. We think that That is very important. The last that I'd like to say is that we don't do this alone. Of course, the European Union has 27 member states, but 22 are represented in South Africa. So we're a big family. And many of the member states, Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, are already working at municipal level across South Africa. We also have the development finance institutions. And lastly, we really partner with private sector. I think that is crucial, and it was said before. So let me end there by saying that I also very much subscribe to what some people said on the panel, that this is the long haul. This is not tomorrow. This is going to take time. And that's exactly what we want. Because, you know, if you want to go fast, go alone. We don't want to go alone. We want to go far, so we want to go together. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, I think let's give the panelists a hand. They've done very well. Please remain there. Your seat is just getting a bit hotter now. We're going to allow the audience to pose some questions. We'll just take about 3 or 4. Do we have the roaming mics? Please let me see your hands if you have a burning question to any of the panelists. While you're thinking about it, remember I said thought leadership, think about. So what is very clear is that there is a consensus that we want to work together. It's also clear that there are people already working together on the ground. The big question is, I think, both for government and private sector, TM, how do we start coordinating the efforts of both government and private sector? We have to address the fragmentation so that we can see more impactful results. Do we have a question?
Yes,
please state your name and then who you want to, who you're addressing the question to.
Okay, I think my question is going to be with all the panelists. The name is Zaz Molo, and I'm from the company called EmpowerWorks. What we do there is that we are the people that actually get to the ground and get to understand what are the needs of the youth. And I'm looking around.
Go ahead, I think the mic is right. Is it?
So,
is it on? Just give us a second. I think you should start singing and then the mic will go on.
That's one thing I'm gifted in.
There we have it. Okay. Please go ahead.
So what I was basically saying is that corporate and government have started working together, and I am a testament of that with the platform that we have as EmpowerWorks.
Please give me a minute. I just need to know if the panelists, if you can hear. Not at all. Do you want to move forward? Yeah, go forward. Is there a second mic? Is there not yet? All right, you can. Is the second mic on? Sound engineers? Just take the mic there from the gentleman.
I think it's sabotage.
There we go.
Is this better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's much louder now. Okay, what I was saying is that just to touch on the collaborations and as well as the partnerships with government or the partnering with government and private sector, we as the private sector have been on the ground for the past 10 years, and what we've been doing is that we've been creating opportunities in our platforms as far as young people of South Africa are concerned. And listening now onto the platform or to the panelists, I think there's many things that we're talking about as far as the district development model is concerned. We've been also participating a lot as far as that is concerned as we go into the rurals of South Africa in creating opportunities and capacitating the young people of South Africa. But what I didn't get is a sense of what are the plans as far as we move forward now in terms of the impact. We talk about the plans as well as to what is it that we're looking to implement, but are we having ways of measuring the success and the impact? And if we are, what does this success and this impact look like as far as these partnerships are concerned?
Thanks so much. Cass, I will direct that to you because you referenced the tracking of progress. But let's just take the questions first. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Kapanis from Synergy. I think this is a question to Salga Minerals Council around what was phrased just now as fragmentation, with specific issues to do with the social and labor plans. And what we know is that there is a big fragmentation between mining companies in terms of the delivery of social and labor plans into a municipality. And I'm wondering whether there's a view on whether the district development model might actually help to solve for some of that fragmentation and allow for greater coordination, pooling of resources into a common problem at a district level if it's not able to happen at the municipal level. Thank you.
Thanks so much. The last one, Mohammed. Please go ahead. So, Minister and Mzala for that one. You'll try to be short. All right.
No, I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that the Deputy President, the Honorable Deputy President, is here.
You're not invited to the sidebar, Mohammed, but please go ahead.
No, if you ask 10 people what the DDM is all about, including politicians, they'll give you 10 different versions. And I think we need to try and get a single understanding of the DDM. This is from our experience. The second is, there's a huge national responsibility from national ministers. In our experience, where the political champions are active in the DDMs, there's a great degree of success. Because we are able to lean onto the gravitas of the office of that political champion to make national interventions. The DDM is not about the IDP. If a mine needs a dam in the next 10 years, we need the access to national government. The third thing is, our experience has shown the level of organization and enthusiasm from the private sector has a significant contribution to the success of the outcomes of the DDM. There's a fragmentation there as well. Admittedly, there is a lack of trust, but that takes time. So there's a responsibility on all of us here. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mohammed. Minister, I hope that you'll pick up on that one. Let's give Cass an opportunity to respond to the first question.
Okay, so the first question, and I can talk to what we critically involved in at the moment, and that's a partnership at national level. But I would think that it applies to any collaboration, be it at national or local. You can only track progress if you agree what you want to achieve right at the beginning and what your objectives are. That's the first point. The second point is that you also then agree right at the beginning where the accountability lies, who's responsible for what and so on. And then you track that. Once you've agreed that, you track that. So in the work we're doing with government, we agreed right up front. So in the work we're doing on energy through the National Energy Crisis Committee, we agreed right up front what needs to be done, what are the deliverables, who's responsible, and we're able to track that. Similarly, we're doing that with logistics currently. And Leela referred to the Joint Strategic Oversight Committee chaired by the DG in the presidency and some of us sit on. We, on a regular basis, get reports from the various groups, where they are, how they're measuring against the objectives and what the problems are, and we try to unblock problems there, and we ensure that the tracking happens. So I think that if you don't agree all of that up front, then you've got nothing to track, to be quite honest. So that's the critical thing. And sometimes that's a hard thing, because you've got to agree right up front, be pragmatic about what you can achieve, be pragmatic about what resources you have and what capacity you have. Otherwise, you set yourself unrealistic targets and you set yourself up for failure. So I think those are the critical issues.
Absolutely. No, thanks so much, Cass. I think I want to add there what we found in our collaborations with government, where we have joint governance and joint reporting structures. we manage to create that one common path, and it helps a lot. So Musala, you will speak to the SLPs.
And to add to what Kaz said as well, and to give some specific examples also, it's situation specific. So, it can't be that you're going to agree to get together with someone and then you're going to aim to boil the ocean. That's not the objective. So, by way of example, Waterberg District DDM was launched, and we worked with, we started off with Lepala, the local municipality. I'll be specific here because I think it's important, Minister, just so we know where there's been successes as well. And we had challenges in terms of engaging that local municipality. But we found a partner in the district, at the district level, at the time that the DDM was being launched. And Ruth, this is our project, you and I. And I think for me, one of the key successes that came out of that after, I think, 3 years of funding by Exar of the program was that the DDM then actually coordinated at the various local municipalities. And in relation to Lepalale, it was such that over the 3 years, there was an improvement to the point where, from a municipal capacity building, where there now could be an opportunity for funding for major infrastructure, which was a key blockage and unable to do that. So situation specific and knowing what you're aiming for, and I think that is one key example. And we're going to be taking that as an mining industry to other areas. We've got Lebalelo Water Users Association. We've got Vaha Mahara, which is a huge challenge, and I think we really need to have a conversation about that because the mining industry is at risk there. But there is a willingness to work together and to see what we can deliver on that. And the important thing is actually how the mining industry can serve as an anchor that then enables for capital to be raised on the back of that, project financing, because it's about securing the tariff. My banking experience tells me that cash flow is important. And so where mining industry is going to be taking a large allocation of that water, it's able to secure the tariff, and government is able to provide additional funding, which then makes it easier to fund the project. I think Paul is right in terms of the SLP. So we've been through 3 to 4 cycles as an industry of social and labor plans because they're every 5 years. So we kind of like 20 years that we've been operating with social and labor plans. At the time that they were established, they were great because we knew nothing else. But after 3 to 4 cycles, we've learned what works and what doesn't. And at the same time, the size of the challenges that we need to deal with have exponentially increased. And social and labor plans, in my view, and I'm happy to be quoted, have become inadequate. There may be, and there are successes where they work, but I think the challenges we're talking about and what collaboration is all about, it's about really engaging with the big issues. And this is where the industry, again, put together what we call, and I sit here also as chairman of the Impact Catalyst, where several mining companies came together to look at, given the constraints of social and labor plans, how do we, in addition to social and labor plans, implement projects beyond and above, which then cut across boundaries, be they municipal boundaries, but it actually found a home with DDM because of the one plan, better coordination. And that's where I think as government business, we really need to envision how we work across boundaries. And it's not in any way dismissing, I think, local municipalities. They still have a role to play. But it's about understanding the linkage from the bottom up and the role of the different levels of government.
Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. I think one thing I would also want to add, DP, it may also be about the quantification as we engage of how much commitment has been made from the business and government into the examples of where DDM has been put into practice. We've just, for example, been mentioning the Libelelo project in Sekhukhune. DM Mahlobo is here, DM Shabalala is here, from DWS. That project, it's over 4 billion rands. 25, actually. I went and launched the first leg with DM Mahlobo and DM Shabalala. The first leg, in fact, the executive mayor of Polokwane is here. If you ultimately take that 25 billion, it will unlock water for over 150 kilometers to the source to where Polokwane is. So if you just say it's a Sekhukhune project, it looks like it's a small localized thing because of how we call it. But if you take just that entire line via Fleck Bushielo, which will ultimately unlock water to around 90 kilometers in Mokopane, it shows you the impact of the collaboration. It's about 8 mining houses at the first phase, ultimately to unlock the entire of the. Maybe we may also want to communicate our successes a little bit better. I think that the leg case is what we have in terms of how do we put our foot forward once we have got business into partnering. The projects are not small. I mean, the example that I'm making with Astro, it may sound very small because you picture Standerton as a small area, but dear Mahlobo can tell you to run the plan that they are doing on a day-to-day on behalf of the municipality to give water to almost 300,000 people daily is not a small feat. I think they are spending around 23 million a month. It's a success. It started very difficult between an engagement, communities. At some stage in the IDPs, the community was saying, why are you favoring people who are running business over the water that we are supposed to drink? So in their mind, and yet they employ around 1,500 community members for their operations. And they're operating around 56 farms of chickens, and they cull about 4,500 to 5,500 a day. I think they must hire me then. But let me get to the part of the DDM question which was asked, that it has different definitions. I don't think so. It may also be how we communicate it. Because the local government white paper is very clear. And it was written in 1998. We were still even younger when it was written. It talks about developmental local government as the first thing. It talks about the partnership, secondly, of the community, the citizens, its business, and government. So it's even enshrined in your Structures Act. And then you also look into the intergovernmental relations framework, which talks beyond the framework of government relating, but of the partnering and society developing, and jointly building the communities and creating equality and socio-economic development in areas where all of us live. You cannot have a municipality that operates outside its citizens or its community. And business plays a large part. I mean, if you are engaging, for example, with the business people in market, some of you might have seen the floods and the inclement weather that was happening there in the past 2-3 days. And business is saying, Minister, in the last floods we repaired ourselves. And they are demonstrating what they did in repairing the roads and that were destroyed. And currently, the sum of what they did has been washed off. So it calls for us as government to partner again and promptly so that we get business not to leave the space but be able to operate and still invest into the Margate South Coast community as they have been investing. So it is a difficult one to say people may not be getting it. Maybe we need more workshops, dear. But I think champions now understand it. In fact, quite of the lot of work that we are talking about today has been championed, DP, from the political champions who are ministers and deputy ministers, who on their monthly report to CoGTA indicate the key areas which government and business and even civil society can partner together in order to create change in those spaces. Thank you.
Panel, and allow me to thank our panelists for their wise words, their bravery, and for sharing with us. Let's give them a hand. You may leave the hot seat. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over immediately to DM. If we were in church, we were going to start singing now just to have a break, but let's give the DM.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and thank you very much to our panelists as they settle down. I'm going to try and use the time a bit efficiently, considering that part of my mandate is to recover a bit of time. So I was looking at the program and thought there's 15 minutes for signing ceremony. I'm sure they can sign in 1 minute. So I'm recovering the time at the end, not in the beginning. Okay, no, I'll try and recover a bit of time. I should say, Deputy President, that we extended an invitation to various partners, including the areas that have been identified for implementation. So we have in our midst representatives of local government and some of the municipalities. I can see the mayor of Polokwane, the mayor of eThekwini. We've got the MMC of Johannesburg responsible for finance and other colleagues. And we selected these municipalities because these are some of the areas in which there's specific work that's been identified with the various partners. Of course, we've also got in our midst various private sector partners that have begun doing work in some of these areas. And we've started to brainstorm some solutions with them in a number of areas. And of course, we've also extended an invitation to both public and private partner organizations. And I thought it's important to acknowledge all of them because not all of us would have the opportunity to speak, but all of us are partners. And everybody that's in here has been identified because they play a specific role in the partnerships that are evolving. So if you think about it, we were talking with Minister Ramokgopa with regards to energy demand side measures and interventions on the energy side. Minister of Electricity has been doing sterling work in relation to addressing the generation and the transmission issues with regards to energy, and the CEO of ESCOM is here. And part of the discussion was how to intervene on the demand side. Local government is critical with regards to demand side interventions and what can we do. So MEC Williams from the Eastern Cape, we're talking to Buffalo City Municipality and private partners in the Eastern Cape around initiating energy demand side solutions. Similarly, we're talking MEC Makamu of Limpopo. We're talking with various other partners, Glencoe and others, with regards to the water discussion and the role that the private sector can play in facilitating mutual benefit investments, if you like, because I'm sure the mines themselves need the water in as much as we need to ensure access to water for our community. So this partnership is about that. We've got MEC Kumalo in Johannesburg, initiatives around just energy transition, initiatives around water security that we've identified. So we've got in the room various role players that are intended to contribute to these solutions. So we're not just talking partnerships at a conceptual level, we're talking at a practical level. And what we will be signing later would be an implementation plan, not an MOU. These are the areas of implementation. And our hope is that as we come out of this, we would have also encouraged other partners to come on board and say, this is the role that we can play as an organization, as a company, as a government department or entity. This is where we think we can fit into this implementation process. Let me take this opportunity then, but before I call them, because when they're on stage it will be difficult to say so, we have a bit of time to recover, so I would request the panelists to be a bit disciplined with their time. A bit disciplined. So I'm going to try and pretend to be a speaker, honorable members, and allocate honorable members 3 minutes. But to the extent that the honorable member so needs to elaborate a bit more, we can accommodate an extra 1.5 minutes. Otherwise, the speaker will have to intervene timelessly. As I invite members of the panel, the screen is still there, so their profiles would be shared there. We're not going to go through it in the interest of time. We've got from Vodacom, Mr. Peter Malebie. Please join us on stage. We've got some from SAPI, the CEO, Alex Steele. Please join us on stage. Thank you very much. City of Johannesburg, member of the Mayoral Committee for Finance, Dada Sillo Morero. Please join us on stage. We've got Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Mr. David Mahlobo. I should also acknowledge his counterpart in the department, Deputy Minister. I'm trying to say Judith Shabalala. She's hiding behind the, the minister. We've got the Minister of Electricity in our midst, Minister Kosian Tsusputla Ramokgopa. From Gauteng, the MEC for CoGTA, and other interesting things in the portfolio, including digital, all those important parts. I remember the CoGTA part because that's how we interface. MEC Kumalo, and we've got the Chief Sustainability Officer from Deloitte, Ashley Theopanidis. I should say Deloitte, the chairperson of Deloitte, played a very crucial part in facilitating the initial parts of the discussions, because we started the discussions trying to resolve audit issues, and it evolved into an overall discussion with the NBI and other partners. Now, I will go in the order that I introduced the colleagues that came to the floor, and start with Mr. Malebie. So how do we collectively drive implementation to change the face of local government and governance at a local level? Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, DM. All protocol observed. So I think firstly it's great to be in this panel around collaboration between government and private sector. From a Vodacom perspective, we've participated already in engaging with local government, specifically around how technology can play a role to advance the objectives that a local government needs to drive. I think from what we see, what is very critical is that we need to be aligned on the outcomes. And the outcomes I'm referring to how we are putting the citizens at the center of the plan, how we are putting service delivery, how are we driving cost efficiency and revenue enhancement that will enable the municipality to be sustainable. In our experience, what we don't lack is ideas. We've got a lot of ideas that are there, but impactful execution is what is very key and differentiator for all of us. We operate in an ecosystem today, and an ecosystem is very important because within local government, there are different players who have a role to play in terms of translating the impact that we need to be making. In our experience, that's what we have seen. So we've seen impact being made at a local government around citizen engagement platforms that allows the voice of citizens to be heard. But through the same platforms, it means you can start to drive service delivery improvement because citizens don't have to queue at municipalities for services. Technology today allows for those services to come where the citizens are. But when you do that, it means you are starting to create capacity, because then you can start to reskill the capacity that is available within a municipality on high impactful jobs. So that's one area that we see. The minister earlier, I think, mentioned the project of Lekwa. It's quite interesting. Again, it's an ecosystem where we saw a role that we were able to play around from a smart metering perspective in that specific project. Why that is important? It's important because we need to be obsessed on the impact and the outcomes and the needs that we need to drive. So understanding, for an example, in a municipality that high revenue come from business and commercial users, and when you start to operationalize technology, it helps the municipality to be sustainable moving forward. So it's going to take an ecosystem, and technology is going to be an enabler for us. And the other key role that we have seen is that National Treasury has played a key role in terms of putting key frameworks that are enabling public-private partnership participation to be able to make it easy to contract, so that then we can start to drive the value that we can drive within the different municipalities. So I think that's my contribution for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. We'll go straight to the next question directed at SAPI, Mr. Alex Thiel. Alex, so what type of commitments should we expect from both the public and the private sector as we seek to build an effective local government?
Thanks, Marks. Maybe just to give a bit of background, SAPI, we operate in 60 municipalities. We're the largest private landowner in South Africa. And I think the comments that were made by the Minerals Council and by the Minister of CoGTA, I just want to comment on. The one is, the key is that we grow the economy. We need to make that pie bigger. And there was a comment about only 9% of funds go to CoGTA and to the municipalities. But, 9% of 100 billion is a lot better than 9% of 1 billion. So that if we can grow the economy, create some jobs, and I think there are great opportunities in South Africa to do that. And maybe the second point, there are very large industry players, whether it's in the mining industry, whether it's the forestry industry in South Africa. We run massive plants. So the technology in terms of whether it's water treatment plants, electricity supply, we actually are a supplier to the minister in terms of electricity as well, renewable green energy. I think the problem at the moment are twofold. The one is trust. I don't think there's enough trust between often, whether it's on a local level or whether it's on a national level, that industry is actually working towards the same goal. And then the second issue for me is regulations. And I want to use an example here. I talk about growing the economy. We all talked about just transition. We as a company pride ourselves that anything that is being made from oil, we will make from a tree. And just to take an example, each of you in the room at the moment, in your garments, viscose rayon, so the liner of your suit, most of the dresses, actually comes from a tree that was planted in KZN or Mpumalanga. There's a great opportunity here that these kind of businesses are growing at 8-9% a year. Where we see the challenge is regulatory. For example, there are municipalities in the Eastern Cape who are very keen to plant more trees. There's a great market for that. The regulation from often at a national level in terms of granting licenses to enable people, environmental, to actually plant trees, environmental impact assessments, which just seem to be very, very bureaucratic at this stage. So, what can we do concretely? I think as industry, we are very happy, very willing to partner with municipalities we operate in. I think the Astral example here was a great idea. I think we can, as industry in many areas, do exactly the same thing. Maybe a second area, if you look at the forestry industry in South Africa, they probably maintain about 100,000 kilometers of roads in South Africa. The municipalities are doing exactly the same thing, so actually repeating and doing the same job. How do we partner? How do we get together to actually combine, pool our resources and just do a much more efficient job there? So for me, the message, great opportunities, also collaborating with the mining industry, lots of Mpumalanga mines that need to be rehabilitated. We can plant trees to actually fix that. But we need to get the regulation right at a national level. I think on a municipal level, there's a lot of goodwill, a lot of cooperation already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much. In many ways, it also means that between the public and the private sector, we'll probably also need to reach agreement that these are the priority areas and priority issues in these jurisdictions so that you keep the economy growing in the interest of the rest of the country. So prioritizing is going to be important. And similarly, if I were to say to the DP, prioritizing who and how we deploy political office bearers in those respective municipalities is equally important, because the quality of leadership at the level of the municipality is an equally important issue. But we need to be able to say these are the areas where our economy would be able to grow, and we are therefore going to invest collectively to ensure that these succeed from a governance, infrastructure, and economic point of view. If I may go to the member of the Mayoral Committee for Finance in the City of Johannesburg, and of course the questions are deliberate because they are talking about money and municipal budgets. But with the ongoing budget constraints of the government in terms of deploying projects and programs towards service delivery in municipalities, how can we attract investment to build the respective districts and metropolitan jurisdictions?
Oh, thank you, DM Tau, and greetings, of course, to Deputy President and to Minister Nkadimeng. Perhaps, Chair, let me take this opportunity to first acknowledge the invite to form part of the discussion today. If you'd understand that municipalities themselves pass budgets on an annual basis, and those budgets should be seen in themselves as an investment in as far as growing the municipalities and investing in infrastructure and all other services concerned. For example, Johannesburg would pass a budget of about 80 billion, and that should be seen as an investment on its own. So municipalities should also be seen as investing in communities, investing in people, not just as trucks that bring services, but as an investor themselves. Two, you'd realize that over some time, Johannesburg, for example, as a municipality, attracted just over 61 billion since the year 2021 to 2023, in as far as investments were concerned. The city of Ekurhuleni, between the period 2016 to 2021, would have attracted just over 80 billion in investments. So it's an important thing to quantify these investments and what do they mean. And secondly, you'd understand that Johannesburg itself, it's placed or rightly placed, and majority or most of the businesses, international and local, are located within the city of Johannesburg. Therefore, it puts more pressure on the municipality to be able to ensure that services are provided, and we provide quality services, including ensuring that all our infrastructure is up to date. But however, what we need to be doing now as municipalities is to invest in future infrastructure, understanding that the infrastructure of today, it will not be required into the future. So we have to start investing in different infrastructure, whether in the ICT environment or any other environments, to ensure that we can adapt quite easily, as opposed to spending millions in servicing an old infrastructure. And lastly, Chair, it's in relation to the fact that we are also creating partnerships. And one of the key partnerships that we have been doing is with the World Resource Institute, focusing on a water security strategy, which we think is an important aspect of the work that municipalities should do. And of course, the earlier discussion spoke about two issues, one on credit ratings, which we think we are taking them seriously, and hence most of our municipalities, especially the metros, still has capacity to raise capital funding even from international institutions. We know that Johannesburg, for example, is raising a 2.5 billion loan through the French Development Bank. So there's still appetite by institutions internationally to come and invest and borrow municipalities in Johannesburg. And the last part is in relation to our audit reports, which is still a major concern, but you'll see there's progress. If you look at the three metros in Gauteng, in particular, Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni are now remains at unqualified, which is basically quite good. And you still have Tshwane, which moved from adverse to qualified. So there's a movement to say we are correcting our financial controls and system. The same way with Mohali City, which is now sitting at qualified. And we hope that in their next financial reports, they will stand at unqualified. So basically, those are the key issues that I think would raise on behalf of municipalities. But we continue to welcome business to create partnerships with cities, whether in helping us to rehabilitate our parks, provide security and all other issues in our parks, whether in water security and all other infrastructure investments. So those are the issues that I think I should raise, not forgetting that the ministers and national government should also be looking at investing quite heavily in local government, because that's where services are required. So let me end it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMC. I'm sure every time you call on Minister Ramokopa, the expectation is he will tell us load shedding will not come back. But so far between him and Date Marokani, we are happy where we are. We are happy people, so we'd like you to keep us here. But in many ways, today we'd also want to ask him about innovation and the role of innovation in local government in particular. So, Minister, how can government and the private sector collaborate to foster innovation with the district development model, particularly in areas such as technology adoption, service delivery, and infrastructure development? Minister Ramakgopa.
Oh, it's a loaded question. Good morning, DP and everyone in your eminence. Maybe just to do a bit of reflection on the work that I had done working with the team, of course, in my previous responsibility. Because I think the conversation is not new, and I think the real and practical example that are a perfect illustration of what can be achieved when there's a collaboration between private and public sector. Of course, the previous panel, they did do a reflection on the Levalelo water users project. The other, that's more project specific and outside just the funding mechanism. It also speaks to the levels of accountability, the degree to which we're able to put together a governance framework that ensures that there's transparency and they see through, if you like, in relation to how the project will reach its ultimate end. And then the other one is at the programmatic level. I mean, one of the things that we have done with TAMDEV was to look at the infrastructure profile in the country. And we found that there's certain projects that they are fully funded by the private sector, but they require some degree of injection from the local fiscus in the form of bulk infrastructure. And as a result of working together, we're able to conceptualize and ultimately arrive at a mechanism called catalytic bulk infrastructure fund. So what that does, it identifies projects that are fully funded by private sector, but that simply requires a public sector injection for them to materialize. And you'll have seen that the Minister of Finance has introduced that catalytic bulk infrastructure fund to look at unlocking those possibilities. I'm making that point just to say that things are already happening, so it's nothing new. So, and then there's also others that are sector specific, CAS reflected on the work that we are doing at NECOM. But just to give you an illustration of some of the advances that we're making, working with Buffalo there, Mayor Faku, just to preserve the investments of Mercedes-Benz in that geography. Mercedes-Benz, of course, wanted to ensure that, like many other industries, they receive quality and uninterrupted supply of electricity. So what we simply did was to working with the municipality, Mercedes-Benz as a credible off-taker, because I think counterparty risk is important in the materialization of these transactions. So there's an IPP in that space that was prepared to ensure that they provide the required energy or electricity to Mercedes-Benz, and they'll need the municipal infrastructure to transport the electrons, if you like. So there's a tripartite that is formed. So as a result of that, on the back of the credibility of an off-taker that is Mercedes-Benz, the IPP was able to get to financial close, and they were able to bring the municipality on board to ensure that you use the transmission infrastructure. And then over a passage of time, that asset will revert back to the municipality. You go to KZN in eThekwini, to be more specific, Toyota is one of the major investors in that area. Of course, the issues of load shedding undermines their competitiveness. It's an existential problem like it is with many other industries. So what did the municipality do? They came to the minister and said that we need a ministerial determination on 400 megawatts. 100 of that is renewable PV, and on that renewable one, the principal off-taker will be a Toyota. So as a result of that, the project will most likely going to get to financial close, and the municipality is a developer of that project. So the point I'm making is that in the midst of a crisis, there's an opportunity, and the opportunity must be seized within the life of the crisis. So these are opportunities that are crisis-induced, and municipalities are not lamenting the fact that they are losing, if you like, energy-intensive users that account for the bulk of their revenue, but they are finding creative ways of how to respond to the crisis. And that's the innovation I'm talking about, because I think in the general public domain, when you talk innovation, you think in technology. I'm suggesting that innovation is also just the reconfiguration of a thinking framework. And that's the innovation that the municipalities have illustrated. Outside, if you like, hardcore infrastructure issues, is how you rethink your position within the context of an evolving space of energy, and this is what they are doing. So they're going to become more and more sustainable going into the future as a result of the crisis that is confronting us. So they've seen an opportunity, and they've seized that opportunity. And it's a template that we want to export to many other parts of the country, working with local government. I think they're an indispensable partner in the resolution of this crisis. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll move straight to MEC Mzi Khumalo. And trust is very important in every partnership that you develop and enter into. So this issue of trust and collaboration is very crucial. So MEC, in your experience, what are the most effective strategies for ensuring accountability and transparency in joint initiatives between government and the private sector, particularly within the context of decentralized planning and implementation at the district level? MEC Khumalo.
Thank you very much, Program Director, acknowledging the DP and the Minister and Deputy Ministers that are here. I think the starting point for me is that the National Development Plan is the socio-economic blueprint for us as municipalities. That's point number one. Linked to that is the fact that DDM dictates joint planning by all spheres of government. I think for me that context is very important. The second part of it is that it is important for, well, let me bring some of the challenges that are there before I can come to the question. I think part of the challenges that are there is the infrastructure backlogs that exist within municipalities and the inability of municipalities to address those, because some of those reports, as they go out, they can create their own doubts, particularly as you want to crowd in the private sector. For instance, if you take the 3 metros, they are about to lose about 2.4 billion on infrastructure because of lack of implementation. Treasury saying we're taking this money back. Johannesburg being the major culprit. That on its own can create issues of doubt. If you look at the AG's report, for instance, I just looked at the AG report for municipalities just 3 years back. There would be a number of issues that the AG would raise that relate to matters of compliance and matters of accountability. And I'm raising that because those issues, if not addressed, they're not bringing in confidence, particularly from the partnerships that we want to. Because business will look at us and say, is there anything called good governance on these people or not? So if you look at those particular issues, there would be continuous issues that the AG would raise, and that we're not getting them right necessarily as local government sector. Therefore, I think in Gauteng, one of the programs that we're insisting on and that we're engaging municipalities as it now, we've got to focus on what we call the compliance program, looking at everything else that makes us to get the kind of audit outcomes that we're getting and how best we can address those. Just going back a bit on the issues of infrastructure and where private sector can come in, the very issue that I raised around infrastructure development and infrastructure implementation. I know there's lots of interventions that came from national government, CoGTA to be specific, MISA, on ensuring that there's an improvement in that particular regard, but we see that there's continuous challenges around that. So issues of effectiveness and efficiencies. That, if I may use that, people will want us to believe that private sector has got those collaborations can help us to ensure that we build in those effectiveness and efficiencies. On the building that trust and confidence, I think those are some questions of leadership. What kind of leadership we having in municipalities? And I want to emphasize that we've got to have the kind of leadership that is transparent, the kind of leadership that would be able to engage with private sector and engage with private sector honestly, and that would help us a lot if we can have that kind of leadership. But secondly, to identify those projects that all of us can collaborate on. For instance, we're now dealing with the issue that relates to energy. Whilst there are efforts at the national level to resolve them, we also have our own initiative at the provincial level to try and and resolve such. And we have gone into joint collaborations with municipalities in this particular regard. That on its own, if we crowd in private sector, it can help us over time to ensure that we build the kind of confidence that is necessary in municipalities. I think the point I really want to emphasize that we've got to get our house in order as the sector, but in order to ensure that there's a crowding in of private sector insofar as the investment are concerned. And I think the MMC from Johannesburg would have elaborated on some of the specific issues that we can work on. I want to emphasize the fact that DDM becomes key in this regard, because from where I am, my simple definition of DDM is the fact that it dictates. There's no option that there should be joint planning. And the context of that joint planning is not only on spheres of government, but also government together with business, government together with society and all of those. And if we can work together from that perspective, I think we will be in a better position to answer some of the elements of the key questions that you ask. And I think government is in the correct path to ensure that we build the necessary confidence and ensure that we strengthen the partnership that we require with the private sector in order to address some of the backlogs that I referred to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sticking with the theme of trust, talking to Deputy Minister David Mahlobo, how can we unlock the full potential of collective action and drive sustainable development outcomes based on mutual trust and understanding between government, the private sector, and local communities?
No, thank you very much, Comrade Parks, His Excellency Comrade DP, and all the other leaders. I think one of the most important aspects, Comrade Parks, is that any challenge of a nation is on the basis of leadership. When leaders, they choose to make no decisions about certain issues. In our own country, the story of the last 30 years, there are a lot of positives and negatives. But under President Cyril Ramaphosa and Deputy President Mashatile, the decision that your Ministry of CoGTA now, we have made a decision to bring us together to be able to deal with these issues. It's a very good sign. In our own water space, there might be issues of trust deficit, but the story must be told that local government over the last 8 years, they've been at the center of changing our landscape and our history. With respect to access to water, and the economic benefits around water. Local government has been at the center of leading those initiatives. And as a country, we could not be in a position to do it alone. In water, around the question of water security, for the economy of our country to grow from whatever trillion of rands to more than 6 trillion right now, business was at the center, because you look at the mining sector, the investments they've made around the question of water security. You could look at the dam we built under this democratic government. There was an off-take agreement. You go to Skukune, you go everywhere. These are the things that we have done together. It's not going to be the first time. And I need to hasten to say that the trust issue when it comes to water, there are many doomsayers to say our country is in crisis. Our report says in terms of our balance sheet, we are not going to run out of water. There are localized deficits. To ensure issues of water security, we are very pleased that business and government are working together. We have brought back on life the issue of Lesotho Phase 2, working very hard with them. The other example that was made by the Mining Council, the issue of Valga Mahara, those are the example of the trust, the Oil Funds Management Model. We can actually speak about the investment by business on those particular issues. Those are the major issues that are bringing us to say we are working together. But the other matter that we must also deal with is that there have been issues that the water sector is not reforming. In our view, we have made decision to reform the sector. One of the biggest impediment was the issues of licensing and authorization. Government led by Comrade President Ramaphosa introduced Operation Vulindlela. And now we're able to actually process all water use licenses within a period of 90 days. And that's the biggest issue because issues around permits, EIAs, or servitudes are normally taking more of our time. The other matter that we are bringing to water so that we don't have challenges is around the question to support local government now that it have problems. Private sector, there's a big role around the issues of implementation. Concessions is the model to go. It's not about actually privatizing what. You look at Slulumanzi in Mpumalanga and Nelspruit, you look at Johannesburg having their own entity here, and right now we are saying municipality must be able to tap on the ability of the private sector to deal with these issues, including issues of independent water producers to deal with these particular issues. That's a new implementation model where you can build, you operate and own. But at the very same time, you can build, operate, train and transfer, including doing SPVs, special purpose variety, like we're doing on the other side. Therefore, in terms of implementation, I think we're together. Lastly, on the question of funding, there are many examples that have been made here. And we want to say to private sector, while we're addressing our water security problems, we have opportunities around hydrogen economy in the water space. That example in Maritzburg, where we converted a sewer plant, we can be able to treat the water to acceptable levels, but actually use the waste that is there, the sludge, produce hydrogen gas, and then at the very same time produce additional megawatts, Comrade Sputla, 1 megawatt that is there. And it's an important thing that we can do. And there's a lot of issues around the effluent management that must be handled. I firmly believe, Comrade Chair, that indeed this work that we've done over the next 30 years, the last 30 years, the 30 years ahead, they look much better. And I firmly believe that DP, our view to say together we can be able to do more with private sector is no longer a question. Let's just up our game.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I should say I'm part of the organizers, but I should say to the organizers, I used to lead an organization where if the panel is not at least 50% women, then we are not going to proceed with the panel. But clearly I dropped the ball with some of the organizers. So Ashley, you've got carte blanche, you can speak for as long as you want. Well, Ashley, Theopanides, really the question is what tools or reforms do we need to drive implementation at a local government level?
Thank you so much, Program Director. And I'd like to acknowledge the Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, as well as all other protocols observed. So thank you for the question. And I think just reflecting on the feedback that has been shared by my fellow panelists, many of these elements have already been touched on. But what I'll try and do is just give a summary of some of the elements that we've seen as being incredibly important in terms of driving successful implementation at a local government level. First of all, leadership. We've seen that it is incredibly important to ensure that there is ways in which we can collaborate in a meaningful way, ensuring that there are clear levels of trust, as well as ensuring that there are sustainable solutions in order to bring the right parties together to drive the outcomes that are needed. And that, of course, means looking at finding the right specialists, ensuring that these specialists have the deep expertise that's needed, as well as a proven track record in order to deliver that. The next element is around building capacity. Now, if we reflect on many of the system strengthening projects out there, there's always an element of capacity building. But often, our ability to implement it successfully can be compromised. Because often what happens is that there may not necessarily be the right skills or the right number of people in order to take on the projects. And what ends up happening is that the intent and what is actually achieved is not where it needs to be. So from a capacity building perspective, it is incredibly important for us to establish what needs to be true for capacity to be built in an appropriate way and to embed these skills and capabilities within local government. Incentives are another key way in which we can drive these outcomes, and this would be at an institutional level, but all the way down to civil servants. Linked to that is, of course, transparency. In order to ensure that we start breaking down silos, ensuring that there's more information sharing, as well as ensuring that we understand what are some of the elements that are needed for a successful project delivery. And what are those successes? If something has been fixed or there has been a successful project, how do we ensure that we share those outcomes? And I think today is definitely an indication of some of those elements being shared, and sharing more of those successful cases is important. But also, I think we need to often stop and reflect what projects did not go as well as they needed to, because there are lessons there that we can learn in order to ensure that we don't trip up on those elements again. Because ultimately, if we can achieve the highest return on investment for these various projects, it allows us to ensure that we continue to drive the outcomes that we need on an ongoing basis. We've touched on innovation and technology, and I don't think anyone can look at the Financial Times or any other publication without looking at the impact of how technology is changing our landscape. Being able to incorporate the right technology and ensuring that it allows us to support efficient and effective delivery, including revenue collection, as well as reducing the cost of implementation, is critical. But of course, it's not a silver bullet. We need to make sure that our processes and procedures complement that. And that, of course, allows us then to ensure that we are able to use the technology to drive that level of transparency. I'm an actuary, and I always say that if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. So using technology as a mechanism in order to support that accountability and transparency is something that we need to consider. And then finally, ensuring that the legislative frameworks, the supporting policies are there to ensure that there is quick and efficient and effective decision making, to ensure that these partnerships, and we've spoken about public-private partnerships, can be done in a way that drives the highest level of outcome in the shortest amount of time, but ensuring that there is clarity around what is needed from the various parties and how we hold each other accountable to achieve those outcomes in the timelines that have been set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ashley, and thanks to all our panelists for the incisive inputs that have been made so far. We'll allow briefly for questions, emphasis being on brief. Looking at the two doctors sitting there, there's a risk if they raise their hands. So briefly, we'll take a few questions and even comments. And allow the panel to comment on that. If in the process I could nudge Deputy Minister Manu to talk about partnership in the transport sector. But let me start with Mayor Kaunda.
Thank you very much, DM. Greetings to the Deputy President of the Republic and all leaders present. In metros, I think we do not suffer what is normally referred to as underqualified people. In the city that I'm leading, I have overqualified people. The only challenge is the soft skills, because you may be qualified, but if you don't have soft skills to operationalize your own project plans, then it becomes a challenge. So I think that's where we need some intervention. Lastly, DM, I think in terms of collaborations, there is a space that is already available. If we look at all the enterprise and supply development funds by private businesses, let's collaborate, let's put it in one pool. And that fund should address issues of infrastructure, should address other issues that are really confronting us as municipalities. But the level of trust needs to be increased. So therefore, those funds should not be run solely by governments, but it should be a collaboration, triple P approach, so that we all put our resources together and resolve issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, I'm always Kaunda, the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are two hands. Okay, we'll start at the back and then come back.
Good day. Tutu Gamzimela, I'm from the city of Joburg, head of IGR, and wanted to appreciate the support we're getting from Ministers Modise and Ramokgopa, the other Ramokgopa. On the DDM, we've been championing the development of the one plan, and we're at a point of implementation or unpacking that. It's also to raise an appreciation for support by the CoGTA at a national as well as a provincial level. Where I want to start this is for the Lanseria Smart City. We know the pronouncements by the presidency, and there is already investment happening around the wastewater treatment works. One of my subjective questions has been around the urban development framework or the precinct plans relating to the development in that area that are needed. So we're at the forefront trying to source, budget and investment for that. To put a figure to it, it's a miniature investment in the broader scheme of things of about 4 million. I'm knocking on a number of doors of representatives within and dignitaries within this space. So we're just hoping for support in pushing accountability around DDM from the various departments that play in the space. And we honestly appreciate the narrative that's coming now. For the longest time, municipalities were taken around the audits, the audit outcomes and poor performance, but we're getting that idea of saying we want to support from a national and provincial government. So we really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last two hands. The gentleman whose hand is up will start at the back and then come forward. Start right there in the queue that you're in.
It's Paul Paulus from Synergy. I feel like I've won the lotto by asking two questions. Thank you. I want to ask about the cost of conflict at the local level, which is undermining the ability to deliver the services. I follow City Power on Twitter, and it's interesting how many times City Power officials are thrown out of communities because of the conflict at the local level, all the way through to conflict around traditional authorities, or conflict around what's called the construction mafia syndicates, or conflict that shut down mines or shut down a road. It seems to me that it's a major issue that I don't see what the solutions are for dealing with conflict, and whether or not the panelists think that conflict is being resolved generally, or whether it's not being resolved generally, and what the tactics might be for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Parks, Deputy President, Honorable Deputy President, and our Minister at CoGTA, and all the Deputy Ministers from DWS. Thank you very much for this dialogue. We really appreciate. My name is Councillor John Mpe, the Executive Mayor of Polokwane. I think firstly we want to appreciate that the issue of partnership
is already working in our municipalities. We've got, there is partnership with Coca-Cola that is working, and DWS. We appreciate they are drilling boreholes in some of our, areas that are having critical shortage of water, particularly the new extensions and the new stands in many of these areas. But I think on the delivery of water during COVID, we brought in a very problematic business into the system, and that is the business of water being delivered through trucks. And the truck owners were making a lot of money out of government. And what has happened is that when we took decisions to no longer utilize them, they've become problematic. And I believe that the vandalization of infrastructure in our community is a problem. Whether it's the stealing of transformers or actually the deliberate damage to infrastructure in order to cause a crisis. During crisis, these other people are thriving, are doing very well. They are profiting out of a crisis. So the current situation in the country is that there is the deliberate damage to infrastructure, which I believe that working with the private sector, we can have some systems that can detect those that are able to actually access this infrastructure. And because most of the work has been done, there is a lot of things that has been done over the past 30 years. But I believe that in general, government is under attack. There is a lot of sabotage of infrastructure. There is a lot of people that are working, not only amongst themselves, but also inside government itself, that we need to really deal with that particular risk and make sure that we deliver quality services. We appreciate the partnership. Lastly, I just request that perhaps maybe ESCOM might need to play more role in the generation and transmission and leave the distribution or the reticulation to municipalities. We have made an application to have some of our suburbs that are inside town, and we get objections from ESCOM. And I think we can involve more as well, maybe the private sector. I think there is a regulation framework that shows that we can now engage with the private sector more. Let us engage more. The question is not whether the partnership is working, it's the extent of which we are using that partnership to implement projects that are actually impacting on our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If, ma'am, you can just walk a few steps on your left, the gentleman in the classes right next to you. Deputy Minister Manu, if you can comment. I'll also say to members of the panel, I'll give you all 1 minute to respond and conclude. I think that would be a bit fair.
You can
Deputy
give them
Minister
30 minutes. I'll summarize for all of them. Well, good morning. Morning, DP and everyone. What DM Parks has just done is a clear definition of what ambush is. Anyone, don't go to the dictionary. This is what it is. Now, in the transport sector, I think one firstly appreciates all the issues that have been raised. But one big example that comes up very clearly of a successful partnership between government and the private sector is on our road space. Some of our best roads are as a result of partnerships between government and the private sector. The N3 to KZN, the N4, track, and many others. Yesterday, for instance, DP, we were celebrating 20 years of the partnership of the track from Maputo right up to Walvis Bay. Now, this has come with some other element which had not been totally accepted, being toll roads. We saw in Gauteng, for instance, what we call as the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, which birthed the e-tolls. We know the story there. That's not where we are going. But through that partnership, we were seeing a lot of improvement in terms of road infrastructure. That many people can say. So, but I'm sure it needs a little bit of twigging. Now, that is where the success, some of the things that are being done as we speak now with the mining houses, for instance, is speaking to the mining houses to say some of the roads are damaged by trucks that go in and out of the mines. How do we partner? And mines are coming on board and saying we will take over this road for purposes of maintaining it so that we meet government halfway. So such is something that is appreciated and really needs to be encouraged. But I think within the transport sector, Program Director, there are many more opportunities that the private sector and through yourselves we should be able to look at. Let's take in the rail space, for instance. You've got stations that are in communities supporting businesses in the mining areas, but at times as government we don't have the muscle to recover them from the vandalism. Can the private sector come in, for instance, and take over some of, because our business is to see people getting to a station, buying a ticket into a train. We are not really in the business of maintaining that whole thing. But there are business opportunities that I think, because many of these people there are MTN, are Vodacom users. And I'm sure that those networks, I'm just throwing ideas out there. You go to the issue, and lastly, to save your time, I could carry on and on. I mean, in the airport space, we see a lot of private sector involvement. But what I wanted to touch on, which touches to municipalities and also private sector, is the space of driving licenses. Everybody here, most people have got driving license. It's a service that mostly is done through municipalities. But people find themselves inconvenienced in where they should go to. Private sector should be able to come in and partner in these areas. So I think, as I said, Chair, that in the main area, closing of potholes, private sector is doing such a lot. Adopting roads, doing such a lot to meet government halfway. So I'll just leave it at that, Chair, for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being unpushable if there's anything. We'll take 1 minute per panelist. Ashley, can we start with you? We'll follow the sequence.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on the panel this afternoon. I believe that our ability to use public-private partnerships is really a mechanism to us to support economic growth. I think so far we've heard about a number of tactical interventions, whether it's roads, whether it's water, electricity, where there are very tactical initiatives that are being considered. And I think those are important to achieve the shorter term outcomes that we're looking for. But I do believe there is an opportunity for us to think about it at a more systemic level, to understand how these different elements fit together to ensure, again, that we get to a position where we maximize the return on investment for every rand that's put in order to solve the particular issues that we have at hand, which ultimately will grow the economy and increase jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing is I agree with the executive mayor from Polokwane, and in my response to that is that I think we've allowed lawlessness to prevail too much in our country to an extent that it undermines and erodes the authority of the state. And I think what we require there is nothing else but the law and order, and that's what we should be doing. I mean, we can't be discussing construction mafia, for what? We can't discuss criminality, we just have to act. And I think our country must realize that this is the time that we've got to act. I think on issues that the mayor of eThekwini has raised, which I agree with, and there's an investment from ourselves, working together with municipalities on the following issues on the project business plans in order to ensure that municipalities are able to secure the necessary funding on the infrastructure life cycles of the project, be it at the pre-feasibility or feasibility stages or any other of such stages, on infrastructure asset management and sector master plan, and also on the usage of this spatial planning and land use together with the urban development framework, including the infrastructure asset. So we're investing on those skills in order, as part of us fast-tracking the project implementations on the ground.
Maybe just 2 points on the smart city one. I think the point to be Lanseria Smart City. The point to be made is that first is a private sector-led initiative. So what stifled the realization or progress of that development was the absence of bulk, something that I referred to earlier on, especially on the wastewater treatment works. And that pressure was mainly on the Johannesburg side. So having realized that the space really is a confluence of 4 municipalities, it's Johannesburg, Mogale to the south, Madibeng to the west, and Tshwane to the north, we design an intervention that seeks to ensure that there's a crowding in of investments by these 4 entities. And in fact, we've, working with the Gauteng provincial government, designed a master plan for that area. So you don't have to be knocking at doors. Just simply ask, as the head of IGR, where is this process? And at Cabinet, we have agreed that at a national level, it will be coordinated through an interministerial committee. I think a Department of Human Settlement is leading that. And I think for me, it's emblematic of what can be achieved when you pursue the DDM. And then on the question raised by, or comment by Mayor Mpe, is my attitude on whether it's ESCOM that must do the distribution or it's municipalities. There are 2 approaches. It can be a more legalistic argument. And what is the legalistic argument is that is a constitutional preserve of municipalities to do distribution. But I'm saying it's an unhelpful conversation. What you must do, answer the question. Which of the 2 parties, and the 2 parties is ESCOM on one side and municipality, a particular municipality on the other side, is best equipped to address the risks associated with distribution and by definition, of course, take the opportunities. Then assign that responsibility to that party, as opposed to a legal battle or a contest between the 2. Because really, ultimately, the issue for residents is not who's responsible for distribution. The issue for a local resident is whether I'm getting my electricity on time or the right quality, the tariff structure is right, and it's us in government who must organize ourselves better. And that's why, that's the attitude, I'm sure, of ESCOM, and it's a conversation we're having with SALGA. Who's best equipped to address the risk associated with that and ensure that you accelerate connection and universal penetration? If you answer those questions, then you'll determine who's best positioned to take over the responsibility. Thanks.
No, thank you, Comrade Parks. Maybe where Minister Comrade Sputler ended, it's an important point that one of the things about leadership is to make decisions. In our own water space, we have about 105 water services authorities that are not doing well out of 144. And one of the decisions we've made a decision to say who's going to be best to implement the issue of water provision while we're actually building the capacity at local government. And we're very pleased that Deputy President of our Republic, His Excellency Mashatile, we are now leading the intervention on water. We can't have a situation where water will become an impediment, both in terms of economy, environment, social and security issues, because a water services authority doesn't perform the function. Hence, those reforms, they will be implemented, supported by SALGA and the Minister of CoGTA, because we can't leave citizens behind. On the issue led by Comrade John, our mayor, it has an issue of trust, Comrade Parks. You know, the issue of vandalism, extortion is one of our biggest challenge in the infrastructure. And we're very pleased that the President has made a decision. There is a special task teams led by the Minister of Police working with all of us. Zamazamas are being dealt from one area to the other, even in our own space in water. There are many people who are actually being killed in the water space because people, they know now there is water. It's a law enforcement issue. But then there's an issue of the integrity of the officials that are working there. No one will know where the valve is in the pipe. And some official insight that the integrity assessment and management than the issues of technology. Then the other point that is an issue of trust in water. DP, one of the biggest problems is people are polluting our water in our country. Pollution has become one of our biggest challenges in terms of environmental issues, issues of the economy. You can't take your produce in terms of World Trade Organization if it is full of effluent that has microbial issues, chemical issues. Therefore, our decision to actually deal with the issues of polluters must be paying, they must be prosecuted, because even private sector, they are at the center of pollution in as much as we're singling out municipality. And the last point, Comrade Tau, because we have worked together, and we still have to work together because we're joined by one aspiration as people. In the water space, we want your investment. We've put the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency for water security. We will not be in a position to meet the billions and billions of rands, both for CAPEX and OPEX, if you don't play your part. But I'm very happy that under the leadership of the DP, the President, System and Parks, I'm very confident that, like we're doing in many projects, tomorrow, Upper Umkomas in KwaZulu-Natal, more than 25 billion rands, is getting out. And private sector, they continue to play their part. Gyaleboga.
Oh, thanks, DM. I'll just talk to two issues. One in relation to try and emphasize partnerships with business and perhaps demonstrate one example that today working with the large power users in Johannesburg. Oh, it's better. Oh, sorry. I thought I was still a soap steward, so it's fine. So I'll just demonstrate that how important these partnerships are with business and perhaps provide a particular example. Today we are recommissioning a substation, which is a gas turbine, and it's going to produce generate around 50 megawatts, so that when Eskom requests for load shedding, will then guarantee big business and industry in Johannesburg 50 megawatts of electricity. The only issue that we have is that it's a diesel-propelled turbines, which therefore means the cost will be higher. But business and industry in Johannesburg has accepted that they will fund the cost of the diesel because they understand that load shedding takes about 70 rand away from the economy what do they call it? Megawatt per hour. What do you call it? Megawatt per hour. Kilowatt per hour. Therefore, yeah, that's the right language. and it takes about 70 rands, which is 10 times more than the cost of diesel, which is just 7 rand. So we think that that partnership will help us to reduce the impact of load shedding on business in Johannesburg. So we have launched it today, and we think it will be one of the successes. In conclusion, Chair, I think we need to ensure that we create a policy framework that will assist municipalities and business or enable businesses to thrive in our municipal spaces. Two, I think we must invest in infrastructure of the future. And I think we must have a discussion on what does that mean, investment into the infrastructure of the future, because right now it's cabling all over the show. Do we still need to continue with cabling, or we can do things differently? And the experts, Vodacom and so on, they'll be able to assist us that there's no need to continue with broadband, cabling, and so on and so on. So let's start investing now and perhaps create even industry so that industry can find relevance to invest in our cities, whether through data centers, which I think is the future. So we need to create those spaces. And lastly, Chair, is to manage our liquidity ratios so that we can build financially viable municipalities. And as I conclude, it's the challenge to national government, National Treasury and CoGTA and every one of you, with the Deputy President being here. We need to review the financial modeling of municipalities. Our revenue is shrinking as a result of no longer realizing the profits on electricity and water sales. So we need to remodel the financing of municipalities. And thank you very much once again for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to just comment on two issues. The one was the question of the cost of conflict or mistrust. Another one is the concept of shared value. Just from a forestry industry perspective side, and just to put some numbers into this, the cost of conflict in the Eastern Cape, there's about 120,000 job opportunities just in terms of planting trees, creating new jobs, new entrepreneurs. If we look at Mpumalanga, there's 240,000 hectares there sitting, which needs to be rehabilitated. That's another 240,000 jobs. So we talk close to 500,000 jobs here. But the issue is conflict, mistrust, not being able to get water use licenses for this. So if we can change this conversation in terms of, it's in all our interest to actually address this, create the jobs, work together. What's happening at the moment is we're ending up in court. That's not the right approach in terms of this. The second, just a success story, and I want to address the mayors of Polokwane and Mayor Kaunda. We've just invested close to 10 billion rands in this municipality of eThekwini. Obviously, there are construction mafias. It was during COVID that we started that project. We didn't have one single interruption. And I think the reason was there was shared value. We interacted with the municipality in terms of what is the benefit for them in terms of job creation. In the local community, we empowered people, trained them, actually created SMEs to actually help construct the project, and we didn't have one day's disruption. So for me, it's about how do we talk about shared value? How do we in this together? We need to grow this pie together, and we need to make sure that we share the benefits of the country with everyone.
Yeah, I think from my side, maybe also adding on some success stories. I think what we are seeing that there's a lot of investment that has already happened from a technology perspective. And I think the point is that that is an enabler and a platform for all the opportunities that we are driving. I mean, one success story that we've seen is in Buffalo City around a successful smart metering project, which is becoming a role model for other municipalities in the country. The point is that I think we need to be very good at taking lessons learned and not duplicating them, and the ability to now execute at scale. Because what you see is that in many municipalities, there'll be subscale, similar mistakes being made time and time and again. And what we are not doing is that we are not collectively taking the best practices and using that to scale. Secondly, we have also started to see successes on partnerships with the likes of Eskom on virtual wheeling, whereby technology companies are investing their capabilities to co-create in that space. So we are seeing that partnership already. And lastly, I think the point that MMEC is making around investing for the future is quite important, because right now water is becoming a crisis. But as we build more bulk water infrastructure, let's make sure that it's future-proof from as an enablement of how can you track the water losses that can happen on the system, because already the network investments that are already there can enable that, and that can avoid some of the challenges that we have. But I think it's going to take coordination to redirect, I think as the mayor of eThekwini have said, to say, pull all resources into one environment so that they can be directed for us to be able to get scale. Because if we operate at a subscale level, we are not going to get the economies of scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you very much, and a round of applause for my panelists. Thank you very much, Liz. Much appreciated. In the interest of time, I'm not going to do the long introduction that comes with introducing the Deputy President. I'll try and save us a few minutes. I'll try and save us a few minutes. Safe to say that if I were to take a bet, and I'm not saying anything nasty to my colleagues in government, except for those in local government that are guaranteed to be in their places after May. But if I were to take a bet between the ministers and deputy ministers as to who is likely to be in a continuation space in this room amongst us, I would bet on Deputy President Mashatile. If I were to take a bet and say who's likely to be there, yeah, no, uyabuya. Tina, you know, it's a bit difficult on our side. So I'm really saying to the private sector that our next speaker has been assigned the responsibility in government, amongst others, to oversee matters related to service delivery. More recently, assigned the specific task of looking into the water situation and water security, focusing on local government, amongst others, and a whole range of other responsibilities. So it is apt that he would be the one that does the strategic reflections on our conversations this morning. Well, it's just past the morning. And as I said, in the interest of time, I'm not going to tell us he was the Premier of Gauteng, he was the MEC this, Minister that, Deputy Minister that, etc., etc. Most of us are from Gauteng, so we know him. Deputy President Paul Mashatile.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Program Director. DM Pakstow. I have been asked to make brief remarks, and I'm very happy with that, because often when I go to these gatherings, I'm told to make a keynote address. So today I was asked just a few remarks. What are your observations? So I shouldn't take long, but I would really like to start by greeting everybody, starting with the two program directors, DM Pakstow and Ruth Trotsky. Thank you very much for steering the ship. You've tried your best. You just lost 30 minutes. You were nearly there. I think you just gave some people too much time there. Let me also greet Minister Nkadime Matlaku. Thank you so much for inviting me here to join you, and Minister Ramukhupa and all the deputy ministers. Some of them rushed out for other functions. Greet all the participants present here today. And I also would like to greet the sponsors who are here with us, and start by commending Minister Nkadimeng and Deputy Minister Pakstow for initiating this dialogue together with NBI, who have worked with them for for many years. I can't remember how many years. I think somebody said it might even be 20, working with government. Many years. But thank you very much for today. I recognize all the premiers who may be here that I have not seen. I know that the 4 premiers were invited. I want to recognize deputy ministers, executive mayors from various parts of the country, and all the business leaders, experts who are here. Now, just a few observations really from my side. Let me start by saying I think the session was very informative, at least to me. So a lot of the things that I thought I would say have been said already. So I'm happy with that. One of my observations is that we are all agreed and we are all committed to collaboration. I think it came through throughout all the discussions from the speakers, the panelists, that for us to succeed, we really need to ensure that collaboration works. We've also agreed one of the key words was partnerships, or partnership. Partnership, partnering is the way to go to ensure that we can achieve our objectives, especially between government and the private sector. There are a lot of resources in the private sector, a lot of resources in government. If we pool these resources together, we can do much more. So we need to really endorse that. Going forward, we need to ensure that there is strong partnership. Well, there is a strong partnership between the private sector and government. Is that fine? Okay. But also, not just resources, also the question of skills. We need to partner with respect to skills. I'm happy, Executive Mayor Kaunda, that the city of eThekwini have highly skilled people. I'm sure the other executive mayors are listening. But we do need partnership there as well with the private sector to ensure that we have the right people with the right skills in all our municipalities. The problem, of course, might not be in the metros, but in the smaller municipalities, in rural areas. So we need to do that. But also in the era of digitization or digital economy, it means we need to empower government, particularly at the local level, with all these skills, innovation, and technologies. I like the idea of focusing on local government. I said to Minister Nkadimeng, Deputy Minister Pakstow this morning that local government is at the cold phase of service delivery. And for them, choosing to focus on local government at this stage is very important. DG Changani did update us about the state of our municipalities. Some of them, he said, are classified as dysfunctional. So it means we need to fix them. And partnership between government and the private sector will assist in terms of us achieving that objective. Earlier on, Minister Nkadimeng said local government only receives 9% of the national budget, of the fiscus. There was an assumption in the previous years that municipalities do generate own revenue. So, Minister, this comes from that conclusion. DM Paxter will know the same thing. In fact, he was doing well when he was executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg. He was generating a lot of revenue. I guess you might say that with eThekwini as well, Cape Town. Some of the big metros are doing well in generating revenue. But I hear that there may be challenges now where we are. MEC for Finance in Joburg was saying that we must relook at this. That assumption may not apply now, that municipalities are fine, they generate their own revenue. So the Minister of Finance, when allocating budget and distributing a national revenue, will only give municipalities just to augment, because it's assumed that they have. So I agree with the colleagues to say that maybe we need to review how we finance local government in the era where we are. And I think CoGTA has been engaging with finance or treasury on that matter. I think we should support also the public-private partnerships. There are very good examples of successes that we have seen. One of them, Gautrain, here in the province of Gauteng. Toll roads with Sanral have been one of those successes partnerships. Recently, the South African Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers, that's one of the successful examples on how the private sector and government can come together to pool resources together to implement successful projects. So I support that we need to strengthen this approach of ensuring that we create this real partnership. Smart cities are one of them. Minister Ramkopa was talking about Lanseria, that maybe the challenges there are because we didn't pull things together, particularly in government. But it's a successful model where the private sector is there, is ready, wants to work with government to build a smart city. And there are a number of these smart cities now that have been identified throughout. The district development model is very key in us achieving this. It is key because I call it the best way of ensuring that government works together. When the President appointed me in March last year as DP, he gave me a number of tasks. I think they probably were more than 10. But the two that I want to mention today is, he said in a letter, I should intervene where there are service delivery hotspots throughout the country. And secondly, roll out the district development model. Now, what is this district development model? I think in the inputs that were made today, a lot was covered as to what that is. My understanding in discussion with the president, firstly, was his concern about fragmentation in government. In a situation where government is planning in silos, implementing in silos, wanted us to move away from that and bring our plans together. Particularly the three spheres, national, provincial, and local government. So he said to me, you need to roll it out. In other words, make it work throughout the country. And that's what we are doing now. We're bringing the plans together to create one plan in many of the areas. So you have one plan. If you go to KZN, you want to deal with the issue of water. You want to make sure that the Department of Water and Sanitation, together with the province and the municipality of Tegwini, have one plan on how they intervene. And you can make example with a number of other projects we are busy with. So what I did, once the president has asked me to do this, I then invited ministers. My first target was CoGTA. So Minister Nkadimeng can't run away from me and DM Pakstow. So I called them first to say, we are going to go out into provinces. So I want you to work with me. And then we identify ministries that are relevant to the problem we want to deal with. Our first move was to go to the Free State. There was a problem of water after the disaster in Chakasfontein. We went there and we brought in the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. Deputy Minister Mahlobo was there as well. So that's what we do. Whenever we go to a province, I call CoGTA. If the minister is not there, the deputy minister will be there. We recently went to Naisna with Deputy Minister Pakstow and DM Mahlobo because there was water problems there. So that's what we do. We call relevant ministers or deputy ministers, then we call the premiers and MMCs, then the executive mayors. So we come up with what we refer to as the whole of government approach. And it has been very successful. In all the provinces I've visited, the executive mayors will be there, the MECs will be there, premiers will be there, and also councillors and MMCs. But I often get asked this question in Parliament, is the DDM working, is it necessary? And I always say, yes, it is necessary, yes, it is working. There are those who believe it's not working. It's a waste of time, but it is working. There are a number of projects now that have helped us to move away from fragmentation, to planning together, to implementing together. I said this morning to Minister that I like this dialogue where we're bringing in a business to work with us, but also we need to look at the whole value chain. And that's really the communities, because we want to create an effective society, working society. We need to look at the whole value chain, and there I refer to civil society organizations. One of the things that make our programs not to work or being implemented is conflicts at community level. You can have good plans, but if you go down to communities and you don't have civil society on board, you're going to have problems. And I was making an example with Deputy Minister Judith Shabalala, because she's a treasurer of Sanco. I said, if we don't bring your people in, they are going to protest. And she said, yeah, I think so. Same as the trade unions. If you don't bring them on board, you can expect that they won't be aligned with our program. So, and also traditional leaders. In fact, when I went to the Eastern Cape in Lusikisiki the first time, I found this problem because when I was busy addressing a meeting, there was commotion. And somebody was asking what's happening. They said, no, there are people who want to talk to you. So during break, I went out into a room, and these were traditional leaders. And their gripe was they were not formally invited to that meeting. And they said, why are we not part of the DDM? Why are we not invited? So I had to think on my feet, and I said, no, in fact, you are part. I'm sorry that you were not invited. In fact, come in. Because they are key in those areas. How will you sort a problem of water down in rural Lusikisiki if the traditional leaders are not with you? You're not going to do it. CEO Dan Morakan, you will not solve that problem komukhwas if those people are not with you. So we need these traditional leaders. We must bring them on board. But trade unions as well. We need to bring them on board. And of course, Sanco and this other organization. So my suggestion, therefore, Minister and DM, is that in the new administration, the 7th administration, please bring in these other stakeholders. I can't say you must bring them now, because in 29 days it's over. There will be a new administration. She said she's not sure if she's coming back. But we must say, ministers and deputy ministers, let's extend this collaboration to those stakeholders. Let's bring them in so that when we go down to communities to implement, they are part of these plans. I'm not saying that will take away all the challenges that they have. They may still raise other challenges, but they may embrace the bigger plans if they are invited on board much earlier. As I conclude, I want to just emphasize this theme again, co-creating a functional and effective society. That's really what we want to achieve, a functional and effective society. And Minister DM, you have my support, you have the support of the presidency. Let's go for it. And if we work together with the private sector and with other stakeholders that I've just mentioned, we will succeed in creating jobs for our people as we implement these projects, support small, medium enterprises in our areas, because when we want communities to thrive, it's not that all of them must go and queue for jobs. Some must start businesses, particularly young people. I find that they are very attracted to that idea. If you say to them, start small businesses, we will support you, and I think we should be able to do that. If we coordinate our work properly, we will minimize conflict in communities, because often conflict stalls the implementation of projects, maybe including problems like amadela ngokubona or business forums. We need to find a way to deal with those challenges, because projects don't get implemented. They are blocked at those levels. But otherwise, I'm very happy with this dialogue, and I'm happy with the partnership. I know, Minister, you are signing today an agreement with NBI again. And what I liked when I read the document, I saw it's not just an agreement, it says a plan. So there is a plan. I'm very happy with that. I will go and be an observer as you sign, but let's implement the plan. Because often we are accused that we have good policies, but we don't implement. So thank you very much. I think we've done well for today. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we give the DP another hand? That's well done. We won't be long anymore. Can you, please be seated. It's just another 2 minutes. I know I'm standing between you and lunch. We won't take too long. DP, thank you so much. You know, you said at the beginning that it's not a keynote address. You were here to observe and give strategic guidance, and you've done exceptionally well. So you offered us strategic guidance, you reconfirmed the commitment of government collaboration, and you created in our hearts optimism that even beyond end of May, we will still continue to collaborate. So thank you so much. We're at this point where we're going to sign the implementation plan, and you're right, and I here want to really acknowledge the role and the commitment of DM. You know, this is definitely not a document that will be shelved. This is a document that will be implemented, I can guarantee you. Minister DM, thanks so much that you brought us to this point. Thanks for your visionary leadership. I'm going to ask that while we prepare for the signing ceremony of the implementation plan, that the Deputy President join us here, the Minister of CoGTA and the Deputy Minister. Is NBI's Shamila still here? All right. All right, so Shamila will be here, the Deputy President of SALGA. If you can just join us here in front for the official signing. Now, while they're coming to the front, Deputy just mentioned the MOU has been signed already. The implementation plan is really what you want us to see. And business, these are opportunities for you to put your money where your mouth is. Business, this is an opportunity to really collaborate. Thank you so much. Can we have Donovan, can we just get Shamila, please? We're getting her. So while we're waiting for the CEO of NBI, just after this, Deputy Minister will close the session, and then you are all invited to join us for lunch outside. Thanks so much. Let's do your closing here while we're waiting.
So I have a task of speaking until the CEO is here, which is which is, well, singing might be a bit more tricky, considering my incapacity. Firstly, Deputy President, Minister, and colleagues, I think we should acknowledge the presence of everybody and thank everybody here present. It can't be easy to get people out of the C-suite to come and spend 3 hours and engage in a discussion about partnerships, unless in fact we have demonstrated that that partnership is real. Of course, I have to acknowledge my colleagues from the other sector, which is government, because many of them were complaining that they are supposed to be wearing T-shirts, and I've got them into suits, but at least we'd be able to release you into your T-shirts as soon as we're done. Of course, acknowledge our host, NPI, and all the colleagues here present, our sponsors for the event, PepsiCo, and the lunch. We're looking forward to the lunch. What this means is that after the signature, there's nobody else that's going to speak. You're invited to lunch. Can I hand over to the DG and the CEO? Thank you very much. Where's the media briefing? Where's the media briefing? Just to notify colleagues in the media, please announce.
Yes. Colleagues in the media, we are going to have a media briefing here. So we request that all attendees can please move outside whilst we have a media briefing.
No, we're done.
We are working. Can you ask people at the back to leave the room? We're starting with the briefing. If you can please stand outside, just to control noise, please.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the Thought Leadership Dialogue organized by CoGTA, or Department of Cooperative Local Government, Cooperative Governance, and NBI. We just wanted to thank you, the media. You have been here throughout. You have heard the issues that were raised. The important thing with the dialogue is that it has brought the private sector and government together. It's not a new thing, but we are strengthening it. NBI and CoGTA have been pushing a lot. But secondly, it focused on local government. The premiers were here, mayors were here, MECs, because local government is at the coal phase of delivery. And we want to ensure that we deal with the challenges down there. Many of you have heard that some of the municipalities are dysfunctional, and therefore they need to be fixed. Now, we believe that government and business working together will be able to intervene in those areas. We want to ensure that we intervene in service delivery. There are challenges of water, electricity. That's why we had ministers and deputy ministers of water and electricity here to work with the ministers of CoGTA and all the other leaders from provinces. We will be using our district development model to ensure that we intervene, particularly at local government level. The important emphasis today was that we need to strengthen collaboration between all role players, starting with business and government, but also extending it to other stakeholders like organs of civil society, traditional leaders in rural areas, and also the trade union movement. That is something we will look at. The new administration, 7th administration, will look into that so that we don't leave anybody behind. But we all agreed in this dialogue that collaboration, partnership, sharing of resources, ensuring that there are necessary skills is the way to go. And we will roll out the district development model to coordinate all this work. We are very happy that you have been here with us. You have listened to all of it. For us is to ensure that the plans are implemented. That's why you saw the signing ceremony now, where NBI and CoGTA signed an implementation plan. So this was not just a talk show. It's real. There's going to be serious implementation to improve the quality of lives of our people in their communities, to implement projects that are going to create jobs and ultimately empower our communities so that they can have a better life. Thank you very much. You may ask questions, unless my team wants to add.
Okay, we'll take a few questions just as a follow-through. Identify yourself and the organization you represent. Yes, ma'am.
My name is from SABC TV News from the Business Desk. Deputy President, you did kind of warm up to the idea of looking at funding municipalities or looking at a different funding structure. Knowing what you know about the fiscus, what are the possible avenues that are available just at the top of your head? And maybe Ms. Shamila, can you just take us into your understanding of what are the priority areas that you would like government to immediately address so that government is, rather public sector is able to thrive and work together? Perhaps what's contained in the agreement that you signed today. Thank you.
Can we take 2 more questions quickly, if there are any?
Avram Dila from ENC. Maybe just an expansion, Deputy President, on the implementation that you mentioned that was Sanya. What will it detail in terms of going forward, the plans? And also, Deputy President, just maybe an update on the water task team. I remember the last time you met with them. What has happened since then? And just maybe an update as well. You mentioned that load shedding will be a thing of the past by the end of this year. Do you have maybe clarity on maybe when?
Okay. One last question. Yes.
Hi, Ngobile Madlala from Newsroom Africa. I think my one is mostly on safety. I think what we have been hearing is that there's a lot of conflict when you're implementing. Perhaps how are you going to sort out that part? Can we expect that law enforcement will be part of the implementation as well?
Okay, maybe let me start with my 2, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. The first one on municipal finance or budgets, we've come to a reality where it's clear that some of our municipalities don't have any revenue base. We came from an approach where we said municipalities must provide own revenue and national government will augment, but it has become clear that not all municipalities can do that. And therefore, the suggestion is that we need to review how we finance local government. So there will be a discussion with Treasury. You're quite right, we don't have all the money that is needed. We are going to see how we can share whatever we have, because there's no way national government can walk away once a municipality is collapsing. So we rather, instead of waiting for a crisis, intervene by coming with models that may work. So let's allow the review to take place, and let's see what model will come up that will assist that we have viable municipalities. On the water, yes, we've had our first meeting a week ago, and we've also now visited KwaZulu-Natal. I managed to visit with Executive Mayor Kaunda to the Northern Works. The Northern Works is the biggest supplier of water in Durban, but it was affected by the floods. So during the floods, the place was completely destroyed. It was really underwater. The good thing is that by the time I got there, the contractors were on site. They are fixing the place. We were able to observe for ourselves what they are doing there. It's a very important project. But we're also able to visit another project where the reservoir is complete and is now supplying water to most parts, particularly the southern parts of eThekwini. So what our modus operandi is that we will visit different provinces. We will prioritize where we think there are more problems, but we have to visit all provinces. So we've done KZN. eThekwini was the most affected, but they are busy with projects throughout the province. So the Executive Mayor Kaunda said, look, we are able to supply water to 90% of our population in eThekwini. It's 10% that we are not yet reaching out to, particularly in the south. But there's something good they did. They are helping those communities to have boreholes. They supply what people call Jojo tanks, but also they have water tankers. Somebody spoke about water tankers today, that, you know, government use water tankers, these trucks. The problem is that when water is sorted out from the reservoir, the water tankers have no business. And sometimes they themselves sabotage the infrastructure. But we are busy working on that. It's not only KwaZulu-Natal, but throughout the country. We will announce where we will go next. Our priority, amongst others, is going to be Gauteng, because of the challenges that we see now. But also there is indication that if we don't sort out the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2 on time, we may have problems of water in Gauteng. So we will be engaging with the Department of Water and Sanitation around what's happening with the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2, because it supplies the Vaal River system. We think that a lot needs to be done to fast-track that project so that we don't have a crisis in the coming year. But we will visit other provinces as well. We've already done the Free State as well. We did visit Kwakwa and Putadichaba, look at what's happening there. The president is going there this weekend as well. And we will visit a number of provinces. We are on the ground already as a task team, and we want to make sure that we don't get to a crisis where we don't have it. That's really our approach.
I think from the NBI side, we have jointly drafted this implementation plan with CoGTA after consultation with our members, and where the heart of members is with regard to the critical areas. Obviously, I think you'll appreciate that it will be infrastructure with a big focus on water and electricity. And we have aligned our thinking with CoGTA. So we are currently looking at those areas, but we also brought in what was mentioned in the dialogue, the issue of capacity, the issue of resources, the issue of strengthening the soft skills. And more importantly, the NBI is looking at how do we coordinate the efforts of business so that we can address this issue of fragmentation and create more impact in the interventions that private sector brings to the table. So that's why for us, this collaboration, and rightfully said, DP, it's an implementation plan. There are clear activities highlighted in that plan, which we will measure, which we will track, and which we will report to on progress. So the ideas are already captured, the projects are already captured, and we're taking this one step at a time. But this collaboration for us is real. It is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We will be with government for quite some time. Thanks.
Thank
you. No, the DAP has spoken.
There were questions to Shami.
No.
She's answered. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. We will keep you informed, but as I said, we want to make sure there is no crisis. We will probably, together with CoGTA and Minister of Water, visit Lesotho to go and see what are the challenges with the project so we can fast track it. But as soon as we finalize when we're going, we'll inform you. Some of you might want to go and see what's happening in Lesotho. You are welcome. I just can't fit you in my plane, so you have to find your way down there. Thank you very much. There's somebody who's... It was not... Oh, the security. Who wants to answer that, Pax?
Well, it's okay. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for that. Look, there's quite a number of strategies. As CoGTA, for example, assisted by the President, we have formed out a team where both the Minister of Police, Minister Pegicele, and the National Commissioner, we met. We dealt with about 3 categories of security that we need. You know, there's killing of traditional leaders and councillors. That was one arm. The second arm was the protection of infrastructure. For example, you might have seen in the past month or so, destruction of property and infrastructure in eThekwini, in particular, water infrastructure and energy infrastructure. And you might have seen also the response of the provincial commissioner, even to an extent of accompanying municipal workers to be able to go and do their work. That is one arm. But we also can't do that on a day-to-day basis, protecting the infrastructure alone as government. We're also having the third and the last doing, which is conscientizing our communities, where we put the infrastructure Is the infrastructure which belongs to them, the infrastructure which they must have a buy-in, protect it themselves, but also be ears and eyes of government in case there is a problem. We don't necessarily want our communities to fight crime on our behalf as government, but they could also be eyes and ears and say there is a danger here, there's theft of infrastructure, there's vandalism, direct it to the correct authorities and be able to have a response. And through the response mechanisms that we have put jointly with SAPS, we are seeing a decrease in vandalism. We've moved into an area now where we'll be piloting in putting trackers on some of SAPS is negotiating. DP will recall our discussion in cabinet in the past 2 or 3 previous cabinet where we're gearing towards ensuring that we also use the private sector on how we could protect, mark and track early warning systems on government infrastructure to cap the theft and the vandalism that is currently happening. So watch the space. Cabinet will be announcing quite a major direction towards the security of infrastructure. Not only municipal, quite a lot of government infrastructure gets to be damaged. But of course, because we provide basic services, it's easily and almost felt on a day-to-day basis when such disruption happens. But there's quite a lot in plan and thought for government to protect its infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kids.